Detective Dennis's transcript yet, but we have the transcript from Mr. Donovan Sr. You should have gotten that forwarded from Ms. Weaver. Have you had an opportunity to look at it yet?
I'm not. We'll look at it really quickly.
Okay.
And while we are looking for more specific language, I just want to point out to the court that to the extent that the objection is made that there was a comment on the evidence or the evidence saying a particular thing, two things as it relates to what I said. I intentionally did not speak a particular name for multiple reasons. And I was particularly vague for multiple reasons. But the objection that I had was that Mr. Steele asserted through his language that that particular flyer was introduced in 2015, and that was put forth before the jury more than once.
Right.
And Mr. Sledge agreed with that. And Mr. Steele then put forth a flyer that he said would have chronologically come after that flyer that I had the objection to. And that flyer that he put up was one from December 2014. So this is not a circumstance where I testified. I alluded to, I made reference to something that I believe existed. I did not comment on, what that evidence was or make a comment on the evidence. But unlike a circumstance where a lawyer would say, that didn't happen to a question being asked, I simply said the evidence, there's been evidence. I didn't say what evidence. I didn't comment on a particular piece of evidence. And so inasmuch as my statement to the court was intended to orient the court and to apprise the court of why I was making the objection without speaking too much about it, I would ask the court to overrule Mr. Steele's objection to my objection and deny any motion that he made as a result of it. But we are still, at the court's direction, looking for the language that to be where led me to make the statement that I made.
And Mr. Steele, looking back, and when we were talking about it Friday, you said you weren't sure that you had said 2015, but looking back on page 10 before the objection by Ms. Love, you do say you don't say, but you're asking, is that 2015? And the witness agrees, and apparently everybody knew it was 2014. So,
may I speak?
Sure.
So I agree. I misspoke. I did not do it intentionally, but that's for the court to determine. And Ms. Love, I hope you feel better.
Thank you, sir.
My issue goes to three things, really. And the reason, and thank you for allowing me not to ask the jurors to be removed. I don't remember the time, but it was close to 5. I just didn't think it was appropriate.
Sure.
But I appreciate you allowing that to happen and that it's still preserved. My issue, though, is this. I definitely misspoke. I watched the Law and Order or whatever, Law and Crime, and then I got the transcript later. And I apologize. All that has to be said is, where's the date on it? Ms. Love said that, or are you certain, or do it on redirect. And then I corrected it because I said this is in date order. And then I went back to the next flyer is the same band, same group performing, and it's December 31, 2014, going into January 1, 2015. I wanted to correct it. I didn't realize at the time I said 15. I wasn't focused properly, I guess. But for a lawyer to then say, and the evidence has shown, that was my issue.
Yeah, I understand what your motion addresses.
And this is easy to figure out because I can't get these Twitters anymore. They're gone. They won't. I tried to subpoena them. I can't get them. But the state, through Agent Racy, he's a Cobb County, he's now with ATF, but he was with Cobb County. He got I don't know why, but just a certain amount of time from middle of 2014 to the middle of 2015. Got a year. All these are dated. The reason that these aren't dated, I put in, is because previously the state had an objection to any writing on it. But everybody has the date. It was December 26, 2014, and December 31 going into January 1, 2014-15. But my problem is we can't be making, any lawyer, what the evidence is until a closing argument. And the evidence is not closed yet. So that's my big problem. And I will say this. The state gave us an email. If they don't remember it, I could put it in evidence just for the record. On Friday, August 9th, 2024, at 5:22 p.m., Your Honorable Court is CC'd through the Honorable Ms. Persifield, and it gives the list of people who are going to be testifying. That's wrong. That's the wrong date. I gave the wrong date. I'm looking at the wrong date. I'm sorry. This was given the way it used to happen. I don't know if it still is, but Ms. Hilton would give a list every Friday to the media and then to us of who the next witnesses are, and certain witnesses, for whatever reason, couldn't be shown.
Right.
So they were undercover agent or something like that. And then there were objections there too. But on the media list of 5/10/24, so it's May 10, 2024, the state had Detective Racy, which is R-A-I-S-S-I, by the way. He's now Agent Racy. And then followed by this performer, Mr. Lamar, his first yes. And he goes by Rich Homie Kwan. And that came to everyone via email from Ms. Hilton. That's May 2024. So my point is the state had him on a short list. They didn't call him. They don't have to call witnesses. I get that. So I was going to call him. Mm-hmm. He's already under subpoena. And I assume the state knows this because they didn't call him. But on March 23rd, 2015, Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan, and this is all public, he said, I'm still affiliated with Rich Gang, with them, we're talking about Rich Gang. In an interview, that was with Thesis, THISIS 50. In an interview with ESPN on April 20th, 2015, and 2015 is right after the January 2015 death of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Lamar reaffirms that Mr. Williams will always be his, and I'm quoting it, brother. And with Vlad, VLAD TV, Mr. Lamar talks about Mr. Williams on April 21, 2015, wishing Mr. Williams the best. In an interview, he states that he and Jeffrey have Mr. Williams have no, quote, bad blood. That's May 16, 2022. September 18, 2022. He talks about that they get along. In an interview with Cam Newton, August 15, 2022. He details how he's a fan of Mr. Williams' work even before they met. And he emphasizes that he and Mr. Williams never had a problem. And it goes on. He has other interviews here. The point I'm trying to make is I contest that there was this supposed eruption and they don't get along. So the state put up Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr., they said last week to this honorable court, to make this claim. They don't put up the actual people involved. And I'm going to put up, if I need to, I know I don't have to put up a case, but if I need to, I'm going to put up people who observed the two of them together. The people who interviewed him, I know I'm going to get objections to hearsay, but the point I'm trying to make is to say that I said the wrong date doesn't need this additional. That falls on the exact same platform as with the same witness last week. District Attorney Love read a plea colloquy in an unrelated Alford plea. I don't know how that happened. That's from Mr. Sledge. And then I believe, and it's not a violation because I try to speak with every witness. If they won't speak, that's fine. But at that June 9th, 2024 meeting at Starbucks in Fayetteville, there was clearly Brady evidence. Now, some of it was given to us. The Brady evidence that was given was what I originally said. It was August 9, 2024.
So, Your Honor, if we could deal with one issue at a time, I don't have any problem addressing each of them. I would ask the court's indulgence to allow me to address each one in turn because I've heard about 4 so far, and we're on to Brady evidence at Mr. Sledge's interview, which is entirely different than the exhibit Mr. Steele put up that we were addressing.
All right. Well, we were trying to give you time to find the portion of the testimony to support what you said on Friday. I think Mr. Steele's just outlining what his other issues are going to be.
Yes, each of those, and I do have a response to each of those. I was trying to listen and to take note.
All right. We have 2 other people sitting at council table with you. I'm sure they're equally capable of running a word search and a transcript. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
It's just that, you know, at this meeting, it comes out that Jeffrey Williams is with Mr. Donovan Thomas days before he's killed, according to Mr. Sledge. I have other evidence that puts them together, but that's a contested part. It's not really Rich Homie Kwan, it's Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas. And what the state's trying to say is that for the court's edification, I believe this is what they're saying. Mr. Thomas is trying to be the manager of Rich Homie Kwan. Mr. Thomas doesn't want Rich Homie Kwan to sign with a man named Mr. Brian Williams, who's Birdman. Jeffrey Williams is not signed with Brian Williams, Birdman. And somehow Jeffrey Williams doesn't like the fact that Donovan Thomas won't let Rich Homie Kwan sign with an independent person. Mm-hmm. So Jeffrey Williams has him killed. The jurors may adopt that. But when Mr. Sledge tells District Attorney Love on June 9, 2024, that Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas were outside, and I thought it was TIG, but TI's studio, he's a performer he's a wonderful performer named Clifford Harris in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And they're having a good time. That's Brady evidence. And I never got that. Now I did get, I don't want to, there's no violation. I'm making it clear. I got it from Mr. Sledge and Mr. Wright, but we should have gotten it from the DA as well, because they didn't know, I assume, they didn't know that I got it from other people, and I don't think Mr. Matthews got it. I didn't share it with him anyway, so that's Brady evidence for him too, because it's part of the state's case. Those are my issues. It just, that's one witness last week, and it's the objection, it's the Brady, and it's the reading of a transcript. It's just a lot to deal with, and that's it. My objection, I asked for a mistrial. You know, I'm God willing honest with everyone, but I don't want a mistrial. But I don't know what to do. So those are my issues.
All right, thank you.
And I do apologize for the speaking, and hopefully I cleared it up.
I mean, it happens. I don't find any purposeful action on your part in saying the wrong year. But
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I apologize to the court in advance. My voice is a little lacking today, but as we are bringing up things and patterns, I want to bring to the court's attention a couple of things that the court would not have knowledge of, as the court could not have been present when it occurred. I've read the portion of the transcript where I said, as it relates to a young man in the picture, I believe evidence has come out that, and I want to read it exactly as I said.
Well, I mean, I already read it out once.
Mr. Steele was putting up is a picture of defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with defendant Williams after a particular time. So there have been instances during this trial with other witnesses, much like the way that Mr. Steele is alluding to instances that the state has brought up. I'm bringing this up for a reason, if the court would give me indulgence, where the state has asked a witness a question. Did Mr. Steele stop the recording while you were talking? And Mr. Steele literally verbally stood up and said, that didn't happen. That did not happen. See right there. And so giving testimony during trial, I did make an objection to that. That was addressed. That, in my estimation, is wholly different. And that is the kind of thing that it would appear Mr. Steele is sort of alluding to the state having done now, and it's not. I did not state anything about the weight of the evidence. I said vaguely as I could, I believe this has come out. The jury will know. My objection was intended to inform the court as to why I made that objection. I will point the court's attention, since Mr. Steele has brought up these interviews he's talking about, to the discovery we did provide.
You know what? He admits there's not a violation. So have you found the portion of the transcript that you say supports your assertion that evidence has come out? That whatever.
Since I didn't name a person.
I understand. But then you said to me afterwards, outside the presence of the jury, I've got a basis for saying that.
And I did.
Okay.
During the examination of Donovan Thomas Sr. by Ms. Hilton, she asked whether or not Mr. Thomas Sr. ever saw this person, this gentleman that I was referring to, and defendant Williams perform again after December 2014.
Okay.
He said no. That was the evidence. That is the reason that I said that evidence has come out that these people didn't associate after a particular time. I intentionally did not want to speak on 2015, 2014, but I can state in my place that unlike interviews and all of that, we've had interviews by people other than counsel in the courtroom. We've actually had interviews where we have had investigators told that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, that this gentleman and defendant Williams did not speak again, period. After they saw each other in Miami following the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a question was asked, where is Woody? Defendant Williams told this person, Woody was in Atlanta. This person looked over and saw Woody on a turntable or something in that same club, and this person walked away and did not say another word to him afterwards. The point that I'm making is that when I see an assertion by counsel that there has been something, a concert by the two of them in December 2015, and the statement wasn't made it's a leading question. So it's essentially a statement wasn't made once. It was made more than once. And then the witness adopted it and said, yeah, it was in 2015.
All right. So
I don't know
I
any
think
other
I
way to
see the
correct
portion of the transcript that you might be referencing. It is on page 45 of the rough of Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr.'s testimony. There's a question about a video shoot in Birdman. After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffrey Williams? The answer after the Fulton Industrial video shoot, no. Is it something else? Because it would be nice if y'all could point me to the part of the transcript. But you know what? Regardless, I think that the issue and the reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper. Two wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, you know, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, for everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench. Okay?
Your Honor, there is a...
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do with that.
I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question. But not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that. And then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay. We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute. Yes. Just we're early on, but does anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes. Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back. Let's get going. Okay,
Brief, Your Honor.
that's fine. Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
On, yeah.
Tell her Seth is down her halfway on the bridge.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a very nice weekend. Mr. Steele, I believe you were finishing up your examination of this witness.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW 255. Would you take a peek at this for me? Tell me whether you recognize that item.
Yes.
And is it in the same condition? Have you seen it prior to, 2000 condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show. You see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, though. Let me see if I can. All right, you see at the very top 255?
Yes.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a social media posting? And do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am, A-N, lie to they mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate?
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth, I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can
I
you,
don't,
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thugger Thugger. I mean Young Thug, I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay, and this one goes back, if you remember, and if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost whiz.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, did his office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea. So this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward.
Yes.
Did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
What's the relevance?
Ask about the evidence of the reposting? They showed the gentleman the evidence?
Your Honor, my
Know if
objection.
I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024 at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
Yes.
did District Attorney Love ever ask
Objection.
you about,
objection.
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
did State's Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your Honor.
saying
That
it
would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. Do you remember that, working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have Then you never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say, I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company YSL?
Objection vague by doing that. I don't know what that.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's all I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now, from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case.
Thank you.
That's the date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
Yes.
the district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his interview?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say it.
He being who?
Lil Wayne.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had brief cross.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes.
May I approach you and show you something?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like you to just take a look at this video. Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Hang on,
Testimony
don't say
about
anything
it.
about
Okay.
it. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just do you recognize that
Yes.
player?
Yes.
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court
All
what
right,
it
well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so
Okay.
I don't think we haven't given out our.
I need to step out. Okay.
sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes.
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay. I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
Yes.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, not to today.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail.
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
And at home.
At your home?
Yes.
In your own bed?
Yes.
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
Yes.
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
Yes.
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
Yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to
Objection.
get out of Rice Street,
Sustained.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
To satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders State's Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though. let's get Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28, 2022, when you signed the document that is states 444Y and states 1AS, and today? Were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th, so I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, Investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah, no, yes.
Okay. At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you needed to sign?
Yes.
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes.
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell, you loved Shannon?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
Yes.
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
Yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah.
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you...
To stay focused in.
Okay. All right.
Even with you, he just stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28, 2022?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them, so.
And it's still your testimony, is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
No, I don't want to. Could I?
All right, let's just take a recess. I know we just broke, but if anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that. And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Appreciate it. never any fun.
I'll do it for you, counsel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes,
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
Ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So, did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes,
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
you said that I took the plea in my best interest.
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Mm.
Mr. Sledge,
Okay.
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
yes.
All right.
That part.
Okay. And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
No, I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Miss Hilton?
She wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Miss Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Miss Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
Yes.
Right. Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would have, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying it like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
He been great to me.
Okay. And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer. Whether you...
Overruled. I think she's just trying to get clear who it is. But we don't need the commentary.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short.
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
Yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place where my mother was sick.
And when you say the situation you were in?
Incarcerated.
Okay.
And
All right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterizes his
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I couldn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's going to rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Okay. All right. Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played, or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed it to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
No.
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it. Like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that.
You
I don't
think
recall. I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. What Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh yes.
Okay. Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen?
Yes.
I can show you. I can
Go
respond.
ahead. Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me, do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you...
Anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington, the same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require yes or no response.
Overruled. I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
You didn't use merry. That's my words.
Okay, but I remember
just
exactly
went
what
on.
you said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen a house get shot up. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall. You've been pressuring me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Today, do you recall seeing any 2015?
What I'm saying, I didn't see. I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindarius Zachary and Garlington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015? No.
Overruled. So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you got to tell me directly what house you talking about, cause when he cross-examined me,
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying,
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yes,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. You now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment,
Tell
if I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw. You
I
probably
don't
got.
know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Ms. Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, about dropping off Demekion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adale Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No,
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Sharp then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, you can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
Okay. All right. So he just, I think she's asked him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I mean, I don't mind either way. You tell me.
Your Honor, the court
Let
heard.
me look at,
What is the court?
let's, come on up here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Well, love, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
She's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp? Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked question by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading out, because the judge didn't read it out. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something? So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding, and that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to answer?
I want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury, as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No.
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022.
When did you say?
Action relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were.
Hang on. Yes. All right, so for the record, that objection is overruled. Let's get the witness. Oh, damn. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes.
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here?
Yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could
But
please, Your Honor, if the
If you
court
could
would
be allowed to
instruct the
answer the
witness
question.
to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked,
explain.
And then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you
Re-ask the question.
Was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here
Objection.
in court with you on December? The
I'm
objection.
saying, why you
Hold
raising-
on, Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
But-
2022? You can answer first, and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
No.
yes or no.
But could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me. All them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you trying to pay.
So do you want me to bring my voice down? And I apologize
Don't
if it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all in the car.
Now, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really
I'm-
need to get
I'm-
through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Get to your point. No.
That is my point.
Your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28, 2022? I did.
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
No.
On cross-examination, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell Kell and Antrevia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me. He was breaking down. But it seemed like.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to respond to that.
Objection.
Mr.
The witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
No, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up in with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No.
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
Sustained.
Okay. When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what asks you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, I mean, he kind of has told you.
She ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you, okay?
You already have.
I understand.
I don't even.
Can we rewind?
No.
All right. When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kell the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me. I don't recall. You heard my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch, and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch? And I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here in enough time.
Your Honor, may we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on our lunch recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30. I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of the work on the sound thing, but that's going to take way too long, so we're going to have them do that after court today.
I'm fine.
All right. Okay, let's get the jury in. Who briefly? Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes,
All right, good deal. All right. And is your head feeling a little bit better?
a lot better.
All right, good deal. Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28th, 2015? What happened on that date? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit. So, starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, like, he got jumped on in the club, then I left the club, he called me back. We went and picked up Gunner. I want to say Zachary, and then we went, I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down, traveled back around, if that.
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said.
Take your time, and you do not have to. I'm not trying to get you to match up anything. Okay.
I actually it been long 4 days, Miss Love. So
it's okay. Take your time.
If you have anything you could refresh my memory. But right now, I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
All right. So I'm not going to try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of it.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how I went.
Okay. And the house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I don't remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. It had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were, whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to have been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They was shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal, so I can't speak for no one else, but
Fair
from
enough.
my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Do you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that let you know?
I just seen the fire flash in front of the car.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across?
I pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you...
no, it's a straight shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That means they was probably back then facing like coming out and I'm coming in.
I got you. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No.
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me. I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car? There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the street, in the streets. Like, when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately, or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I couldn't really tell you because I told you I'm behind a building, so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think that If Gang was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on, I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point did you
No,
believe?
I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Miss Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Miss Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenny Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn, or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall if we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell Kale?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell Kale, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew they was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell Kale? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I ain't know him before then.
So, based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know him.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with If Gang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with If Gang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably was late in 2015, but
Thank
I don't
you,
know.
sir. All right. All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So, did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott Rodeo Tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that you did go
go
to?
through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay,
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates, at least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015? Here, you can turn however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your memory, is that the very first date of this Travis Scott tour?
Yes, from my memory.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headliner? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction, or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott, okay?
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're going to have to forgive me. Yeah.
Come on.
I'm dead serious. I don't know what I mean.
You know, don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a big major artist.
Okay. All right. And is he a rapper, a singer, a musician, or something
I
else?
don't really. I think he do is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on that too.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now was that in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the booklet says.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book says?
I don't really remember. I could just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself.
Okay.
In that time.
All right. Do you remember who else within YSL went on this tour?
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
I'm sorry.
It was multiple, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but
okay.
with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL? Were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, not my friend.
Understood.
Friend.
Understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight, or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave.
Right.
At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we stay 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, stuff like that. So.
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour February 28th, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st?
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay. So, are you able to say, just from memory, where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All right.
I don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day, because you had to be in another state before he performed. It was a time limit, so like we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date, so I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could, like, until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home? And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there two
It's
pages?
one page.
All
I
right.
remember right here.
Are you,
I got my finger pointed at it.
okay. Can you read out the
The date,
date
it
and
was
the
Thursday, March 26, 2015.
Thank you. Are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, Defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is, before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed.
Every show day?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he toured?
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with Defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't call and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even actually think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No, I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was Defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
All right. Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man?
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Cole.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with them?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he at ever any point on this tour?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall ever being on tour with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one point in time, but I don't recall when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour,
Yes, sir.
but I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied Defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else, or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't
All right.
forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
All right. Was that after or before the one?
It was
Which-
after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country at one time.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country
Mhm.
on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right. Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, his artist.
All right. Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with
I
him
don't
in
want to say
2019?
the guy. I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that.
Was he my race?
No,
Okay.
he was his race.
It was his race.
Yeah. Since you want me to
Alright.
say it.
You're all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun Kelly.
Okay. All right.
I'm not familiar with all the rappers, but
Okay. But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
Kelly
was
was, yes.
with him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it said in the booklet, if that's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need
I don't
to.
think it's nothing on the other page. I already look.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the ending date.
Okay. So is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, there was no more rodeo too.
Okay. Okay. When you worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Miss Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
Person I remember there, I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay, okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I
Just
don't even remember what Mr. Steele was. No,
Okay.
I don't think. Oh,
Just-
whoa, let me back up.
yes
Let
or
me-
no? Don't
Let me
tell
back.
me.
Can I bag up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, that's
I don't think Mr. Kendrick was there.
okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically everywhere he went, probably like my room was like next to his, or probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
I don't recall. If you got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick? I blank her and she get robbed by a tick.
I don't recall. That was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early time,
I'm saying like in his beginning of his career, I don't recall that song though.
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
Probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay. What about Lil Woody popping at your noggin? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I think that was on the song.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say Halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when Halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exactly what year Halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay. In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Whatever Phoenix, Arizona is.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
So it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with him.
All right. All right. So March 26, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage, other than Travis Scott?
I don't recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
And I'm going to have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm going to ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't going to say like he called no one no bitch. I never heard him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay. And did you ever hear him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay. When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, back last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching gears.
Here, there.
But I ain't gonna be aggressive.
But that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field on.
All right, I'm gonna try and orient you. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, we're not going back and forth. And you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. when you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it, bro. I don't recall. Cause you saying what I said, I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right, but do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video? And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
You little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know we hate. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, 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 nigga. Whoa. They say they ain't really going back.
Okay. You're chuckling.
Cause
now,
it's funny now.
It's funny now?
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kale were you talking to when you said, and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kale?
I wasn't meaning to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So
okay.
That's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was going to be able to see what I was saying.
Okay. What did you DM Kale?
I DM, I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kale say something about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know. No, I can't recall if he said anything about Zachary. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kale, he ain't do nothing to me, and I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
All right. So for you, putting guns on the internet ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot, so I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
Yo, also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That was you first screaming at. You went from here to there.
I'm trying to get past it and go fast.
And I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home. but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just means like I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on the tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to...
It's right, huh?
Thank you. This is Defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that. You recognized that before,
Yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I am mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together.
Okay.
That's why I remember this post.
We
we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I'm mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and
All
they see I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his Twitter account?
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
At Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 449.
Okay.
And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of Defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama.
September 24th.
Last week.
Oh.
Just last week.
I was going to say,
Yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it. Yeah.
My apologies. Yes. Miss Knight, would you? Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other
And
attorneys?
anybody, yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Okay. Is it done? Show me the transcripts, okay? Because I didn't want to play that file. Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom. And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right? Did you want to
I
approach
have
about
any-
a particular section? I mean, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I would like to.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
Jesus.
Sledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay?
Okay.
I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't. If you give me a second. Hold on. Before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
Let me just move this blurs. Judge, that will be from time 103, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad math.
I can't really hear it. It's real low. Hold on. Yeah, it's real low.
Because we can't hear what you hear. Can you hear it now?
You try to listen to it and see. Can't you understand what it's saying? Can't understand.
You're right.
I can read. I don't really understand. It'd be hard for me to like read words, but I don't be able to understand.
Okay. Try this right here.
Who had them? No, I just put anything in my ear.
Judge, may I get some
Sometimes. Oh, ain't that neither.
I'm gonna wipe it up. I wipe it up.
I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else had. Yeah, do something different. No.
He said that did not work well.
But I don't want to use that though. You gotta get something else, yeah. That's a perfect. You ain't finna, I don't want to wake up my ears broke out.
Right. So right.
You ain't gonna pay it in. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill, is you? Okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
You can pull them
Oh,
apart.
okay. Sure.
You tell me.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
okay. I just want to make sure I can hear it.
You can? Stop it at 1:08:17. Piano record me. Just stand up while he's listening to us.
Stop.
It's back on.
Okay. Did it stop?
I remember though. I remember.
You do remember?
Yeah, but you remember you asked.
Hold
I
on.
just, okay.
We can't talk about it.
Okay. You can get it if you want. It ain't that, but you can get it. I know what you're talking about.
Just when it stops at 108. Right here.
You can stop it if you want to.
At 108. Just listen to it through 108.
You stop.
108.17. let you keep this, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, having heard what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of Defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I said, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice, so yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Miss Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it was me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Not I recall you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you?
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought you say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like your voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lancico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen, or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that, and I told you I seen it before time, and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr. Steele showed it to you, did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your Honor, can I object at this point? 403.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, we've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your
asking?
Honor. Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you, when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on, I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lied to their mama, they lied to their sister, and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking you about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you. But I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play again states 447 Yankee.
That's
The video itself.
Okay. All right.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay. Don't worry about the earphones. We're going to put it up on the big screen.
Gotta look up.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God that is true.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSF.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom, though.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele if that video talked about lying in the courtroom, and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Cause
Okay.
I didn't say lie. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said.
The video.
It's I'm lie on God.
Okay. And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, Would you tell the jury why you say snitching bitches?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitching bitches?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason of following it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
All right. All right. You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Call that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
asking me that?
You
yes,
that?
yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
All right. And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I would not be asking you that question.
So, at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? You
didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it, because from my understanding of this process that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came willingly with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. I would have been in jail.
But the jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So, did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you. I said what I said. Free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay. So, during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your
Were
mouth.
you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that into me.
I hate to use this. I'm not being blasphemous. But did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
I know that. You heard me.
All right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you about
Going
the
too
video?
far again.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words. to
Right.
you. That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
and you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to the video that Mr. William posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another one. You brought the video up of Jeffrey.
Okay.
Because I told you that wasn't me in it. I said you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and at me? So then when you told me at the meeting, you wasn't going to ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So.
That's what happened.
Okay. So was it that I said I'm not going to ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it.
How you took it. I just need to know my words. John,
It's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
my words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right. And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lancico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Ms. Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't going to ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele. You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Ms. Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot I made a mistake. And I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury, but I'm telling you what you said to me in the meeting. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, cause that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Cause if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm gonna take it this. You feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right. We'll go on. So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question, were you surprised given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, on cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Shart that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
And I couldn't afford to go to trial.
Okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to, and for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true? Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes. You'd like a new question? Oh, okay. Right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
all right. Did you testify that
I never seen
number?
that. Not
I
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back. This is it at 1AS. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, the second part. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a robber gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was that gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to, get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS.
I don't want us to go over the whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that you want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, then ask him that, how those acknowledgments square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgments square with... Do you understand
now
that you said...
Now you thinking this stuff funny.
No, sir, I don't.
You do.
Do you understand?
Because I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall stating in your sentencing acknowledgments?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded, past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record, though, and not we, but you. You already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to null pros count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. We've already established that he adopted all of those things.
So understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I can, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Mm-hmm.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta.
No.
I told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low? Those were your words.
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember?
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do. Actually.
Okay.
So thank you.
Because you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you, and you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, they gonna make me remember none of this stuff.
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember none.
So, do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of things.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was going to be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine. when you were asked by Mr. Shart about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the words you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December the 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him.
It's the province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what. I'm asking you, did you?
She just said I didn't have to share it.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
well, I don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask
I don't
the lawyer?
Recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again. That's it.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it before he didn't recall. So,
thank you, Judge. All right. When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it.
I mean, when you got off the stand.
No.
Okay.
I wipe my nose at the chair.
All right.
See, yeah. She going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
yeah, but she.
I just call the balls and strikes.
You silly.
All right.
I swear you will.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Because I don't mind going left.
What do you mean when you say go back left?
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right. You felt differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't even be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh, man, I'm sick of her, man.
I don't want to make you sick. Okay?
Well, let me take a
Who are
break.
you talking to right now?
Could I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there are
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we
Yes.
just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor,
one
and I'll
back.
make sure that I'm on.
Give them
I'm
that.
wrapping.
Yes, let's take a break right now. All right, we'll be in recess. Mr. Sledge back. Okay. So, Miss Love, I see this email, and Miss Persfield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff. No, don't worry about it. I can do that. Do y'all know where Mr. Wright is? Anybody? Okay.
We'll step out and talk with you. Okay.
That's in place until we get Mr. Wright back. I think our Sergeant Ingram just went to retrieve him. That's all right. We have you back here. What are we looking at? Wonder what happened to it. Oh, you know what?
Your present, counsel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd.
I believe that, to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right, thank you. Is there any recross from any of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Not for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, the courtroom, and the jury for getting upset.
All right. Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
are free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Love, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay. Yeah.
State calls Mr. Derek Wright.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
I see. State spell the first and last name for the state for the court, please. Right, Derek, Derek, Wright, Wright.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sustained.
I'm going to take these away from you and put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
If I thought about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Okay. Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters? When
you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you've had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate, to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. Okay. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family, and therefore I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right. Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over the years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on as a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not. Okay. There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green, doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case. Mm-hmm. So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
that's
of our
absolutely
state.
Okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lancico, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it. Right. From a plea negotiation, and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a one hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me, but other than that, okay. I've been here the entire time.
All right. Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes, it was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. Mm-hmm. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Ms. Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was, at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share, because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover. Therefore,
you say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
You were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you, is what you said to him. And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it. But it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked a question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking. Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say, one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question, that was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. Mm-hmm. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew, Sledge knew, or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
With Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Slade? Should I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams...
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask...
That's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say, facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his answer.
Yeah, maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what Woody did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral and calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked, when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth what it felt more like let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Thug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station. Mm-hmm. Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. you had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. So there had been plenty of conversation, and again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, like how he met Mr. Williams, and those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants about the shooting of Mr. When I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas.
Peanut. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now, you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mama?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed, is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
he was, weren't you finished, Mr.
yeah,
Wright?
that was it.
My question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client, I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, that's what I'm trying to remember because we only had phones. We may have had a laptop. Again, and I could be incorrect. That's why the safe answer is I'm going to say no, because my recollection of that specific point is not, I don't know if we simply talked about a video or if one was shown.
Okay. Do you recall me telling your client, I have a video of him saying that?
You may have, yes.
Do you recall telling your client, act as if the state is God and they know everything? They already know the answers to the questions they're asking you. So don't try to be clever, just tell the truth.
It is customary when I.
No, wait, I don't mind the explanation. If I said it wrong, just say no, you didn't say that.
I don't have a specific recollection of saying that, but it's customary for me to tell my clients, when you are in a cooperating posture, when they ask you questions, assume that they know the answer to the question they're asking you, that they're asking you not just to find out information, more often than not, they're testing you. They're trying to see, can they trust you or rely on your responses? Are you going to be truthful with them? So yes, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said God or some other analogy which made sense? Something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of changed. That it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. And if you do, understand, you have to come in, you're going to have to tell the truth. And the state's going to question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're going to outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question. And therefore, being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify. Right. So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama and you lie to your kids and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I have a video of you, not anybody else I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling, and then you saying that. You have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while, okay, I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek, do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
Okay. All right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was when I received that email.
And you might have got one in November 17th. But did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I have marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee. If anyone wants to see it. Sure.
Oh, I left them.
Yes. Yeah. I'm going to take 10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is. I still have this one. All right, we're going to take, oh, it's okay. 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows? To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things. I mean, you're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out?
No, fine.
All right, y'all all take a minute and
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form sledge. It says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you." That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled sledge agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, "Here you go, Derek." And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says sledge agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment sledge agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me, dated Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. And it is labeled sledge agreement updated 2. 454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:46 p.m. Labeled sledge agreement updated 2. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled sledge agreement updated 2, sent Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, "Use this one!" And attached is the agreement or the updated agreement 2. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled sledge agreement updated 3.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits
Yes.
with this witness? Okay.
But they're also included. All of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago. So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them, and look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. haven't discussed everything yet, so we'll call you. You can go ahead and remain outside. We'll let you know. All right.
We have, I need a few more minutes. I've got 7 documents that I'm going through trying to parse out what is different between each of those documents. I'm on number 5. And we're doing it together.
It might be easy. Do you want to tell them what the differences are in each document? That might make it easier. You probably know what they are. If you've gotten through 5 of them? All right, so just on between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7 then. Which would be, I guess, between 454, 455, and then 456. Apparently. No, because I was circling them as we were. Okay. So that won't make it any faster than I thought maybe it would, but that's fine. So are you going to be asking details about, is it what the changes were or just that there were changes?
That there were changes in potentially what they were.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll wait until we're ready to discuss the whole thing. I've got a position in regards to the admissibility of all of these documents.
Okay,
altogether.
What's that?
Let me say this first, though, because we did have a discussion previously about candor. I made a statement when we were at the bench in regards to what I thought was the applicability of Code Section 24-4-410. Taking a closer look at it, I don't think it applies.
I think you're correct that it does not apply.
And so let's
right.
take that off the table.
All right.
I will tell you that my overall objection is that I'm opposed to any of these documents coming in for a couple of reasons. And I know what the state has described them to be, that these are correspondences between the state and Mr. Wright in regards to this evolving, allegedly, plea agreement. I'll state for the record that the one thing I do have is an email, the initial email from the state to Mr. Wright. Mm-hmm. I don't see, and we've not been provided, and the state can let me know whether they have them, any responses, email responses from Mr. Wright that would kind of inform us as to, well, what are the discussions that are going back and forth. So I don't know what Mr. Wright's responses are. If he, for example, sends some suggestions as to this is what I want changed, or this is what my client says. So I just don't, I can't address that. But in addition to that, my recollection from Mr. Sledge's testimony ultimately is that he indicated that there were changes made to the agreement. that he suggested changes, or he told his attorney that some things needed to be changed, and the state declined to change some, and they did change some. He ultimately admitted that. And so if the intent of the state by trying to introduce these documents is to show that there were changes made, well, that's not necessary, because that's come out through the testimony. Now, if they want to, if their intent is to say that there was a specific change made to maybe a specific section, that can also come out through testimony. If this witness, Mr. Wright, and I presume he does, that he would know that Section 8, and I'm using that hypothetically, Section 8 of the agreement was changed from this language to that language, and he can testify to that. But I don't think that the wholesale admissibility of all of these documents is really necessary to prove the point that the state is attempting to make. Mr. Sledge was on the stand. He could have been confronted if the state's intention is to give him different versions and say, well, didn't this change from version number 1 to version number 2? He could have been confronted with that.
Well, I mean, she could have maybe tried, but I'm not sure that that would have been successful, since these are conversations and correspondences between Miss Love and Mr. Wright, not between Miss Love and Mr. Sledge. So I don't know that. I mean, I think he even said, I don't know what got said between my attorney and her. I just know what my attorney and I said. So that wouldn't have gone very far. Yeah. So do you have an evidentiary objection to these, or just, I don't really want them in?
Well, you know, they're not, I don't believe that they're prior, it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they're trying to introduce them as impeachment. If that's the case, then I would suggest to the court that they are not prior inconsistent statements of anyone. And I would say they're not relevant, that under 403 it's a waste of time. Okay. It doesn't prove any point that's at issue in this case. Certainly this witness can testify to.
All right. Well, at this point, those are overruled. Are we ready for the witness now? Two minutes. You can have 2 minutes, Mr. Sharp. You can talk during his 2 minutes if you'd like to.
Your Honor, I was just trying to support Mr. Adams here a little bit, because we're essentially with these different documents. The documents didn't even come through on my email, so I was sent them afterwards. But we're just trying to identify the changes. So it's just taking us a minute to go through all.
You get 2 more minutes.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Maybe I didn't direct it to the state.
Okay, well, I don't know whether they've got the responses or not. I don't know whether they want to use them or not. But he is on the stand, so if they don't end up using them, maybe y'all can get them in if you want to.
Well, but we don't have them if they exist, and I guess I'm asking the state to indicate whether or not those items exist.
Were their responses?
I think that when Mr. Wright responded, it was via telephone call. I'll check my email to ensure that I'm not inaccurate, but okay. I think that it all happened. I would send him something, we'd have a conversation, I'd send him something in response, okay. But he can correct that. And if I won't touch it. But I'll check my emails for all emails from Mr. Wright.
She'll check while y'all are doing that last bit of review.
forward all the emails that I got from Mr. Wright.
What else, Mr. Short?
I'm prepared to talk for 30 seconds, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
So,
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
my concern here is, again, I don't know the logistics and how everyone's planning on doing this, but for instance, there is a older version that was not adopted by Mr. Sledge. That was the version. Mr. Williams, could you pass me, Mr. Williams, could you pass me those? Yeah, thank you. So there's a version, the final version of version 2, which was then changed to the final version of the plea agreement. And it says under number 8, the language, as we've already heard the state read, about laying low. And then it says, and during the meeting, this is the meeting at the home, defendant, which would be Sledge, personally heard a YSL associate state, I caught that N nut down bad. Now, clearly, this is something that Mr. Sledge denied happened and has been taken out of the final plea agreement. But why? What my concern is exposing the jury to things that are not true.
So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Love's intention is with all of the different versions and whether she's going to ask that it be, you know, that kind of detail come in, or whether it's just going to be, you know, was there some additional quotation or something on there that then got removed? So, Ms. Love, can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Judge. As it relates to, I think I have asked Mr. Sledge, in fact, certain things, and the objection was that it was, of course, a document that wasn't in evidence, and I should not refer to it as a prior version, where I was trying to get him to compare something, one document to another.
Right.
So the intent here is to show the jury that changes were made at Mr. Sledge's request and certain changes were not. And I just actually found, in response to questions from the defense about responses from Mr. Wright, and I just emailed it to them, an email from Mr. Wright to me on from back then. It looks like December 27, 2022, where he's enumerating certain things and responding to it and making recommended changes. So there are certain things that I would agree just don't need to be said. They serve no purpose. And it would be just as beneficial and serve the same purpose to say number 8 is different and I took out certain things as it would to try and put in all that language. And that just doesn't seem necessary to put in that, some language that might be considered inflammatory, that the state thought was the case and they said, no, it wasn't. Right. Just the very fact that they had us take out language is what the state feels is important that the jury knows. Okay. So no, to the extent that, and if I don't think
and I guess if you are going to tender that for admission, then that can be redacted and it can just show there was something in quotes that was then removed.
Yeah, I like that idea. And I'll, if necessary, I can really quickly go out and talk to Mr. Wright. But right now I don't expect to have him read certain things. And I know he's a lawyer, so he won't do it unless I tell him to. So I think that we're okay there. Okay.
All right. But was there anything else I'm sorry, did you have more?
I was just saying that I was still sending them over the emails from Mr. Wright.
All right. Was there anything else in particular that you feel like if the particular document does come in, part of it needs to be redacted out? I think we're all in agreement.
We just got an email, Your Honor, which has Brady material in it. Was just sent to us.
I haven't seen it. It didn't.
10 seconds ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't have it yet.
Yeah, it's kind of coming through slowly. Some of us
Okay.
quicker than others,
All
and,
right.
I'm having it printed out. And I know we've got the jury back there waiting, Judge, and I'm not trying to belabor anything.
No.
But this is trying to kind of handle this on the fly as we're getting emails
I understand.
in the middle of this.
Okay. Sure,
And we're-
thanks.
And we're also having 8 copies sent over for the court and the defense. And
An email from
Is this response the one that is going to change to the final? So I should be looking at the one just prior to the final when I'm looking at what he's saying?
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Which version is this in response to?
Okay, so I don't know what was just given to you, but
I get the same. This is what Miss Love just sent to y'all, or what?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever you sent over at 4:12.36 p.m. today, that was Mr. Wright's December 27th, 8:43 p.m. response. What?
okay. So the December 27th, let me pull it up here. Hold on. Okay. So December 27th, 8:43 p.m. No, well, that was one version. We talked more in court, so obviously there were other versions.
I'm just wondering what I should be looking at when I am seeing what Mr. Wright's talking about.
So, if it's December 27th, 8:43, let's see, going back to December 27th to a
So
December
it's going to be
7th.
the 506,
It will have to be,
452Y.
yes, that looks right. That looks correct. And then,
All right.
December 20, but there were other versions sent back as we talked more in court the next day. December 28th, so 453, 454.
I know.
Your Honor,
Yes.
to answer your question, this email sent by Mr. Wright on the evening of December 27th would have been between the Sledge Agreement Updated and Sledge Agreement Updated 2.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. And is the alleged Brady, what is that? Item number 3? I hadn't read it all yet.
Sir, I haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady.
4 as well.
Except he said that it wasn't.
And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his factual acknowledgement. So it's clear, A, that Mr. Wright was telling them that's not true, but it's still maintained. They still kept it as a factual acknowledgement.
Okay. Well, this isn't actually saying that's not true.
Well,
It's saying the real issue was,
well, the factual
which he
acknowledgement,
actually denied on the stand. But
the factual acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, and then it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened, and it all goes to intent and state of mind, and that's the important part of this case. No one's denying that the video was made, but what is the reason behind it? And from this email, Mr. Wright is clearly telling the state in an email on December 27th, the video may have seemed like an issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating, and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. That is Brady. That was never shared with us.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's Brady. I understand you to be saying that you think this is a denial of it being something done to support, and I don't know what the language was, support and whatever, the gang.
Your Honor, that's the crux of the case.
Yeah, no, I know. And a whole lot of this, y'all are going to have to ultimately argue to the jury your various sides, but for this to say, it seems the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related. The real issue was the girl that a member of a rival gang was then sleeping with, that was one of the alleged gang members' girlfriends. Might make that the real issue, but it doesn't necessarily make it in no way in support of the gang. And I mean, y'all can certainly argue that, but I don't think this is the kind of thing that is like, oh, this wasn't the ultimate version. So I don't know what went back and forth after that. He ultimately signed with his attorneys, I don't know what the advice was, but knowledge, something that said whatever the ultimate number 3 was. Y'all have secured evidence from the witness that he feels like he was pressured and coerced into that, and reasons behind it. So y'all have an argument there too, but
I think we've done a good job doing that, but we did all that without the knowledge of this email, which should have been provided to us by the state. That's my only point.
And for what it's worth, the a significant portion of the state's questioning and then a redirect of Mr. Sledge focused around whether or not he had there were specific things that he had asked that they change. And so what we end up having here, what we know now from the email that we didn't have before, is that, again, going back to number 3, number 3, as in its final form, talks about being associated with YSL, and talk about the video and where he's brandishing a weapon using a drive-by shooting to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member. But the state knew, certainly when they were redirecting Mr. Sledge a little while ago, that Mr. Sledge, through his attorney, had given them the information, had specifically denied that number 3 was accurate.
all right, y'all are saying had specifically denied, and I don't read it that clearly. I don't think that's a specific denial. That's more of like I'm clarifying that this is really more about the girl than anything else, which it frankly is. So, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't read it that way.
If you look at number 4 also, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 4 of the defendant's factual acknowledgments, and you got to excuse me because I'm kind of flying back and forth between the different versions.
Yeah, we all are.
But, number 4 talks about on April 28th, as reflected in the indictment, that the defendant and fellow YSL associate, Demikian Garlington, I'm just reading it into the record so I can perfect it, committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video reference in part 3 of this section. So I'm looking at the email that we just received.
Right.
And it gives a whole total different accounting of that. where, and of course, this is coming from Mr. Sledge because Mr. Wright says in his email, he said he didn't know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin, would even be at family reunions together. He thinks shooting Peanut was not planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or a little planning. He said he didn't know until after it was done when it came on the news. He had been watching the Patriots versus Steelers games with it, then the news reported it. You know, so this again, and what you've got is the state directing and then redirecting and challenging Mr. Sledge on these very specific factual allegations and whether or not he had told his attorney that, or whether or not he had suggested that that be changed in the agreement. And what we have here, what we know now, is that Mr. Sledge was in fact sending those, you know, correcting these very specific factual allegations, sending them to the state, and the state, well, because it doesn't appear in the factual acknowledgments, the state ignored it, or they refused to make any
Okay,
changes.
so I'm not sure what y'all are looking at, because the version of number 4, factual acknowledgement number 4, that Mr. Wright is speaking to in this email that he sent on December 27, 2022 at 8:43 p.m. is, we agreed, well, at least Mr. Shart and I agreed, was Sledge agreement, the one that is 452Y, from the one that's called Sledge Agreement. Well, there are 2 that are called Sledge Agreement Updated, but this is a correspondence between 452Y and 453Y, but ultimately the end product. After the one labeled Sledge Agreement Updated that came from 12/27 at 5:06 p.m. And that one reads, on January 10th, 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant had personal knowledge that YSL associates were planning to murder Donovan Thomas Jr. Mr. Wright's response to that is essentially, Mr. Sledge does not think the shooting of Peanut was planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or little planning. So that clearly got changed, because our final version doesn't say they were planning to. Yes.
May I incorporate? So I cross-examined Mr. Sledge, and the state's theory is that there was a, quote, gang war starting in approximately the fall of 2014.
Right.
That escalated with the fight on January 6, 2015 of Mr. Copeland at the Club Crucial. And then it culminated and then went on steroids thereafter, after January 10th. I would have used number 4 that you just read, Your Honor, to show that there was no animosity between Mr. Sledge, who's a supposed YSL member, and Mr. Donovan Thomas, who's a supposed leader of a, quote, rival gang. The reason I say this is because I knew about it. So listen, I want to make it clear. I knew about it because I spoke with Mr. Sledge through his lawyer. So I actually asked these questions.
Right.
I didn't know about this email. But
So
the email.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But no, don't apologize. But the email is Brady, because what the state was saying is these 2 divisions. They put, I didn't put Mr. Sledge on YSL, and that there is a total collapse between human beings. And that, to me, you know, I learned Brady to be anything that is potentially exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And the court has heard now, you know, Mr. Copeland said I lied about everything. That to me is Brady. The statement on this number 4 is to me Brady, because it shows that there is not animosity.
All right. So your belief about the Brady is not the part that I was talking about, but more the part that says he, and he here is Mr. Sledge, at least at the beginning. He said he did not know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin and would even be at family reunions together. Does the he change there, and is the he become somebody else was cool? Who is the he that was cool with Peanut? Do we even know? We don't.
I believe that is Mr. Sledge.
Okay. And so you think it's Brady material that Mr. Sledge was cool with Peanut?
Right, because Mr. Sledge he's been identified before you came on the case, the bench on this case,
Okay.
as from multiple, two, definitely maybe three, supposed gang experts saying Mr. Sledge is part of this gang.
Yeah.
So to me, and it just fits into the whole, I thank you for allowing us to get these emails, but these emails there's a special duty here. And this is not the special duty, I don't believe.
Okay. So
I'd like to see all the emails from Mr.
I think she's looking and sending all that she has. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
Two things. Yes. And when the court permits me an opportunity to respond to all of this, I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. What was the second thing? Or one was yes, and two, you want an opportunity to respond. Okay. All right. So Mr. Sledge has been available to the defense to speak to as well. We just heard that from Mr. Wright, in fact. And so I'm sure that Mr. Sledge, if asked, would have told anybody that asked, especially the defense, what his relationship and thoughts about Peanut were. So
he did, and I even asked him about it, and he answered similar to this.
All right.
But that really is besides the issue. The issue is that the prosecution has to do. There's one thing. There's a Brady duty, and then there's a Brady violation. There's no violation because I knew about it, and it came out of court. But there is still the duty.
Okay, a Brady, I mean, we all know what Brady material is, I hope. And if something is equally available and as easily gotten by one side as the other, that sort of takes it out of the realm of Brady.
I don't agree with that respectfully, because what if I didn't do my job? It's an ineffective claim.
Well,
and the state had the duty.
All right. Well, I don't.
You can't shun your duty and say, well, he has the Honorable Keith Adams, so he'll figure it out on his own. That's not. In fact, courts ask, this court, I believe, but other courts in this courthouse say, is there any Brady evidence known? Is there any evidence suppressible known by the state? And they give it to you, or they're supposed to. So I don't agree that, hey, go find it for yourself.
Well, I don't read that part of number 4 to be Brady. Yes.
Chris, may I respond to number 3, though? I mean, the state provided us with a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments that appear on its face to be Mr. Sledge acknowledging certain things were done on behalf of YSL to further YSL. I don't have equal access to Miss Love's emails with Attorney Wright that she has. So clearly that email correspondence between Mr. Wright and Miss Love, which was never handed over until a few minutes ago, it contradicts and it impeaches those factual acknowledgments that Antonio Sledge signed. Now, I'd like to think that I do everything I can as a defense attorney, but I don't think it's unreasonable that a defense attorney would read the factual acknowledgments signed by a cooperating witness and accept that that is going to be their stance when they come and testify. And
well, lucky for y'all, it wasn't his stance.
Well, but I don't think that makes us getting it this last minute any less problematic.
Well, I'll just say that if the state has an open file, then none of these arguments ever even come up. Now, I know that is your you know, something that y'all in your office can make a decision about, but open file would, just exactly what I said. So, okay, Ms. Love, what do you want to respond to? What do you feel like there still needs to be a response to?
Your Honor, I think that the court sort of encapsulated the position that I have pretty well. So you sort of took away the many of the responses that I had. And so, in as much as anything else that Mr. Wright sent to me is being printed out, I think we have them all printed out. I'm going to send them over and disseminate to the counsel for the defense and to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Do I understand that to mean that there are more coming?
It sounds like it. Should I just send the jury home for the day? Okay. Can you release them for the day? Tell them they're under the same instructions they always are. Thank you. They're always here at 9. And I'm just going to put on the record that in terms of what is and is not Brady, I mean, the Brady v. Maryland case establishes it, and there's all kinds of Georgia case law that sort of reiterates it. And one of the prongs is definitely that the defense did not possess the evidence, nor could the defense obtain it with any reasonable diligence.
Disagree, respect. That's a
I
violation.
mean, you can disagree with it, but it's what the case law
That's a
holds.
violation. That's because the case law, in an appellate opinion, is saying the defendant, the accused, convicted person, the criminally accused, is now complaining and wants the case reversed because of a Brady violation. And then there's a 4-part test, and one of the parts is, was with due diligence this information accessible? I'm not saying that. Before that, there's a Brady obligation. That falls upon the state, whether it's easily accessible or not. If 2 experts say different things and the state puts them both on the witness list, but doesn't give the accused to say, hey, one expert says actually it's favorable for your client, and they hold back that report, that's a Brady obligation breach. Now, the fact that I was on notice that there's another person on the witness list, you would expect me to interview the person, and I would have found out about it.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, is that if it is exculpatory or impeaching, there is an obligation to provide it. Okay. I guess I am looking at it from the position of, if you are claiming at this point, here's another Brady violation, I have to look at what are these factors, and I don't find those factors to exist here.
And that's why I thought I always said I knew about it, so I'm not saying it's a violation, but it is an obligation of the state. We shouldn't be getting it. I should have really had this before I cross-examined Mr. Sledge. Should have had it before trial. And Brady, the way I understand it, is an ongoing obligation that triggers immediately.
Well, okay. Again, I don't read it in the same way that y'all apparently do. And I can't imagine that you would have wanted to use this particular exhibit, because if you used part of it, the rest of it could have come in, at least with regard to what's in each particular number, and the entirety of what's in number 4 I do not think would be beneficial to the defense side of the case.
Sure.
This exhibit, are you referring to the email or
not the exhibit? I'm sorry, bad word if I use that. This email from Mr. Wright of December 27th at 8:43 p.m.
I would like the opportunity to decide what I'm going to use and not. How about that?
I understood. I guess we can tell Mr. Wright he can come back tomorrow too. At 9. Thank you. So have you, did you say you were going to print or you were going to forward the whatever other emails there were?
I have printouts.
Okay. Do you want to dole those out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Since I gave the court a staple back to the court, trust me, the whole
Yes. And maybe we need to get an extra stapler down here.
Somewhere around.
You're out of state.
Thank you, John.
Judge, I asked the courts, I asked for an in-camera inspection of one portion of this before I send it out.
Okay.
in the record
Yep.
for you. In Ray Haney, Haney.
And that's 355 Georgia Appeal, 658. It's footnote 1. It's 2020. And it reads, the state has a duty under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States. Giglio is Giglio, to disclose favorable evidence to the defendant in a criminal matter. This includes disclosure of impeachment evidence which could be used to show bias or interest of a party on the part of a key state's witness. And I say that solely because I don't believe what the court was saying about the 4-part test. That comes afterwards, after a person is...
Right, I thought I clarified that. All right, thank you. How many, is this just one more email or is this a few?
This is a series of emails, the emails that I got from Mr. Wright. I think I had him print out all of the ones that he sent me.
Okay, and so this will this stack include the 2 that you sent electronically or no? It's fine either way, I'm just wondering.
I think so. I think I asked her to send out all of them.
Okay, all right. And you've got a copy for each of the 6 defendants and a copy for the judge?
Yes,
okay.
And also, to the extent that I enter any of these, the copies that I'm giving to everybody, it includes everyone that I email them to. I'm going to take off that portion, and it will only include the email correspondence between me and Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me inquire of the court, because I want to be really careful about this.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, of course, is on the stand. He's a witness. He's been sworn. He's testifying. And my general thinking would be, well, we're not really allowed to talk to him at this point.
I would think that's accurate.
Right. My thinking, though, is as we're sitting here talking about it in regards to the email exchanges, and I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. We've received what the state said that they have in their possession. although they initially said that most of the correspondences were by phone. And I don't know whether or not there are additional email correspondences that may be in Mr. Wright's possession, and maybe not in the States. And
All right.
I'm wondering if the court.
Let me suggest that if you want to send an email to Mr. Wright, copying the state and saying, you know, if you want to identify him, we've got, you know, the email of whatever date, whatever time. If there are any others, can you please forward them to, you know, everybody copied, which would be all of the attorneys. You can certainly do that.
And then I'll copy the court on that email as well.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I request that the email simply request of Mr. Wright to forward everybody all the correspondence related
as
to.
well. Sure, I guess that would be cleaner.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine. If you want to be the one that sends out the email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Okay.
That would you know what? One moment.
And you know what? Whoever sends it out, you can say, we all discussed it in court with the judge and the judge is fine with it.
Sure. We don't have any problem with the state
Okay.
sending that out. He's their witness technically at this point.
All right. So Miss Love, if you wouldn't mind doing that this evening. Okay, great.
She's happy to provide him with even with this copy here. That
Yeah, if you want to do that, if that would make it easier, or if you just want to say, hey, can you send everything you've got? However you want to handle it.
I will do both.
Okay. All right. So, you know, the additional ones that we all just got handed, it doesn't look like there's much substantively that's new from what Ms. Love already had provided electronically. It's more, but it's not really new. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? Yes.
And then the investigator who's been in court, so I don't know if that matters, but
So will you call both of them, or?
I will call both of them. So Lieutenant Lancigo she's been tasked with specific things as it relates to this case, but I did not, at the time that we put Mr. Sledge on the stand,
have any idea you'd be calling
I didn't
either
expect
of
to
them?
have to call either one of them. But since we do, you know, obviously there's case law that.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude them from being a witness. If you want to bring up you've been in court the whole time, that's fine. But
and then the next witness is what I was getting.
So hopefully the two of them won't take the entire day, or to borrow a phrase from Mr. Steele, God forbid, more than a day. Do you have the next witness available tomorrow as well?
We are attempting to secure a person who's not trying to be secured, but who is under subpoena.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Thomas Burnett.
Okay. So you'll have somebody available tomorrow.
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to finish that
I'm
topic.
done. I'm done.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to request is for the other defendants who have pled out, if there are similar email communications between the state and that attorney where they were going back and forth on their acknowledgments. So, for example, for Murphy, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Stevens, Greer, Kitchens, Mr. Lee, Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Beebe, instead of waiting till the last minute or maybe not getting it at all, could we have that email communications as well?
How do you feel about that, Ms. Love?
Judge,
why don't you take a really careful look at any of those that might exist?
Okay.
And if there needs to be an in-camera inspection, there can be an in-camera inspection. If you want to just share it, you can just share it. But go ahead and take find whatever might exist and take a careful look at those and then give us an update.
Thank you.
And
All right.
and thank you, Judge, for saying what I think you said. Take a look at whatever exists, because I was going to add to Mr. Weinstein and say not just email correspondences, just so we don't end up again with me saying, oh, you know what, I forgot to ask about these other correspondences. So any correspondence whatsoever in regards to those.
If y'all did snail mail, if you did text.
There you go.
Anything like that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for that broad document request. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'll see y'all at. I mean, honestly, y'all, even when we are starting at 8:30, it's 9:30 before we pull the jury in. So I'm thinking since we've got some stuff we might need to be discussing tomorrow, 8:30.
8 o'clock?
In the morning for all of us.
It could be at 8.
Okay. Hmm?
We could do 8.
8? No, I don't want to do 8.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to do 8:30, but okay. No, we're not doing 8. I need my sleep. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
No. Okay, very well. Now, would my Mike sometimes drive to work Lori's white truck? Yes. Okay. So we're talking about a truck at the residence that was observed, correct? Yes. But you know Michael was driving Lori's white truck as well, correct? Yes. And any tools that were sold? Do you have any idea how that may be tied to the death of Michael Shaver? No. One moment, please, Judge. Do you have any knowledge whether or not Lori needed any money when she sold those things?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know if she needed money, no.
Okay. It would make sense, would it not, that the gun may be sold for monetary reasons?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect?
Yes, sir.
correspondence you had with Michael Shaver after November 2015, is that solely through text messages?
Yes, sir.
No emails?
No emails.
And when you went over there and saw Michael Shaver's vehicle at his residence, when you went and checked on him on November 12th, was Lori Shaver's truck also there?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
Nothing, Judge.
All right. And may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. I think this would be an appropriate time to break for the day. It's 5:01 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day. Thank you for your time and attention today. Again, should you see the attorneys out and about, and if they ignore you, please don't hold that against them. They are just following the law and the court's instructions. Please do not watch any media concerning the case, and do not do any research concerning the case. So we'll see you back tomorrow at 8 a.m., jury assembly room. Have a great night. Thank you. All right, you may be seated. Is there anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Your Honor, real briefly, and if you would prefer to address this issue more in depth tomorrow morning, it's inappropriate for attorneys to ask witnesses legal conclusions, and that was the basis of my objection as to Mr. Wiggs asking him about whether or not this evidence proves anything or things like that.
Yes.
And we believe that that is inappropriate, and we would ask that no further questions along that line be asked of future witnesses.
All right. Well, if they are asked, just make the appropriate objections,
Yes,
sir. And if there's nothing further, we'll adjourn for the day, and we'll reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
8:30. Thank you, Judge.
8:30. Yes, sir. All right. We're adjourned.
Yes, I do.
What'd you? It's okay.
I was kidding.
I'm going to go question by question and ask you to just walk the jury through everything you remember from that day, okay? When you and your mom went to King Soopers, what'd you guys do when you first went in the store?
We went in. I don't even think we grabbed a shop. We grabbed, I don't even. We had one of those little handheld baskets. We weren't even there for very much.
Do you recall getting tea and strawberries and some other small items?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like strawberries, tea, and probably a few other things. I think she got one of those coffee cartons. It says Delight on it. But we were in that store for like 20 minutes maybe.
And at the end of that time, inside of King Soopers, which way were you heading to go out of the store?
Let's see, so we went in on the east end. We basically made a loop, that left side of the building, the east, and then we went in. We made a loop, came around to this other side. It took about 20 minutes because I think usually they keep all that coffee stuff and all the ice drinks and stuff like teas on the left side. Walked in, went around. It was about 20 minutes. What was the question?
You answered it.
Oh, okay.
Did you end up at the self-checkout on the west side?
Yes. Yeah, that's where we were at.
What happened when you were at the self-checkout on the west side?
So, my mother, we were on that west end side. She had a, she she was like, having one of those out loud thoughts. And when we were standing there, and outside I heard like three separate distinct, what I didn't know at the time, I didn't know it was gunshots.
Where were those sounds coming from?
They were coming from outside initially, and then the guy came inside after those three shots, and he let off one shot inside the King Soopers, and after that everybody had went silent, and everybody went silent, and then I heard one lady scream, and then I heard three more gunshots, and then I locked up, and I couldn't get out of there. And my mom's are like, well, shit, we need to move now. We need to get out of here now.
Can I stop you for a second? Where were the shots coming from?
So like, if I was on the west end, it was coming from the east end.
And you heard one shot from inside, and then it sounds like a pause, and then more shots being fired.
Yes.
And you shared with us, and as you're telling this story, let me just ask you this. Can you picture this in your mind as you're telling the jury what happened?
Yeah, like, yeah, it was a picture in my mind. From what a picture in my mind. Yeah. I'm talking about it, from recalling it.
Can I ask you another question?
Yes, sir.
You said you locked up. What do you mean by locked up?
I mean, like, paralyzed with fear from that first shot, and when the woman screamed, and when that registered, yeah, that fucked me up. and I I locked up, and I noted I'm pretty sure that there were gunshots in my direction. I don't know. I locked up at an angle over here, and my mom, when she said, and like, and during that entire time, she's all, there's like gunshots and percussions, and I fucking don't know what's going on. And she said, she's all like, we need to go, and from here, where I thought the guy was, and I turn around and I run out the door, but yeah, that's a very scary situation to be in.
I have a couple follow-up questions for you, okay? You mentioned remembering the register. What about the register stands out in your memory?
Yeah, because I locked up like this, and adjacent to the left side where I thought I saw the individual, I mean, was I don't know.
Did you continue to hear shots during that time?
Yeah, more than enough. He shot like 12 people, right? And
Judge,
shot down.
There's
There's an objection. Just a minute, Mr. Edwards.
So I'll rephrase it.
Thank you. It's sustained.
So one of the things we need to do together, Mr. Edwards, is I'm going to ask you questions just to have you explain what you remember to the jury. And if the question doesn't make sense, let me know, because that happens at times. But if it makes sense to you, just answer the question if you can, okay? Did you hear gunshots continuing as you and your mom were crouching down there?
Yes, sir. Several.
Okay.
Several while I was standing up. Yeah. And then I turned around. And when I was running out the door, I don't know if I heard any more or not. I think I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, because it was like, because there was 3 shots outside. He walks in, and then it was 1 shot, and then everybody went silent, and then there was more shots as I was standing there, and then briefly, I'm pretty sure he had to reload because there was no more shots fired. And that's when my mom told me we need to get out of there. And then I turned, and then that's when I heard a few more shots as my mom was telling me that we needed to leave. He reloads, and he's like, and then he sends more down range, and that's from what I recall.
Okay.
So yeah, there were shots fired and
What
directions.
Sorry. What could you smell?
Gunpowder. Burning gunpowder. Burnt gunpowder. Gunpowder, yeah.
How did you and your mom get out of the store, Mr. Edwards?
I had to I turned to my left side after my mom had told me that we need to get out of the store, and I ran out the door because there's a door like this and then there's a door like that. So we ran out the doors, and we ran through the parking lot, and yeah, that's how we got out of the store.
You mentioned earlier that you thought the shooter was firing at you and you're feeling percussions? By percussions.
I mean, as like the bullets are flying by, you feel like percussions of the waves. There's like would be the best way of describing that. Like a blast of air that hits you whenever you open a door. And as the bullets are flying by, I say flying by, but I don't know which way they're going. I feel like they're going down this way towards me because he's shooting in that direction, or I think. And so it's like I don't know, but I the because of the positioning that I was at, because I was more the self checkouts like this, and where the guy walked in from, like, and I locked up, and I couldn't tell. I don't know what the hell was happening, but I swear that it was all kind of, I don't know.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 28, okay? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's been previously marked as people's 28 for identification. Do you recognize that photograph, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, sir.
What is it a photograph of?
Well, it's a photograph of me and my mother, and that would be I think that would be the individual. That looks like a.
And does that photo fairly and accurately depict where you and your mom were in the self-checkout area when this was happening?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit people's 28 into evidence, please.
No objection. Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Edwards, what that means is the jury can now see the picture on the screen behind you.
Yes.
So you can look at that, or you can look at the one in front of you, whatever is most comfortable for you. And just tell us what we see in this photograph and what's going on at this moment. I can ask it this way, actually. Where's your mom in this photograph?
Right there. She's in a green jacket. That's what she was wearing that day. And I believe that, well, I say I believe, well, that's me in the jacket. I believe I was wearing a Carhartt that day. But yeah, that's me there on the floor. And that's my mother there in the corner. Exactly how I remember it too, when my mother told me that we need to get out of the store because she had me by my jacket. She grabbed me. She's oh, we need to get out of the store, and she turns and she runs, and
take your time, sir.
so yeah, and she turns and she runs, and I drop down to the floor, and as I do that, as I drop down to the floor, I look up and I see my mother, and I only see her back, and she's running out the door. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm looking at it. Oh, that's fucking wild shit.
Do you need a cup of water, Mr. Edwards?
No, I think I'm all right on water.
I only have a few more questions for you. Can I ask you those questions, or do you think you need a break?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you looked at the photograph,
Yes.
on the witness stand a couple moments ago, one of the things you said was "damn." Did you realize how close the shooter was to you and your mom?
No.
Okay. And we last met a couple weeks ago. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did I show you just a really short video clip to help get you oriented to where you were and what was happening?
Yes, sir.
And was that the first time you realized how close the defendant, the shooter, was to you?
Yes.
We're going to transition now to talk a little bit about, as you're leaving the store, did you stay on all fours or did you get up?
As I was leaving the store, I stayed on all fours until I got all the way out of the store, and that was, I mean, that was pretty, shit, I don't even know. I'm surprised I made it out of there because, like I said, I'm sure you guys know, it's the first set of sliding doors and then the second set of sliding doors, and I was crawling on all fours until I got to the second set. And by the time I got to the second set of doors, I stood up. There was a cart right there, and I ran around the left side of it, and I ran all the way out into the parking lot with my mother, and we got out there to the parking lot, and
Can I stop you there for a second?
yes, sir.
So do you remember crawling on the concrete to get out of there?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you and or your mom see the body of another victim outside?
Yes, sir.
What'd your mom do?
She said that she wanted to go. She wanted to go over to try to help the individual that was laying on the floor, but I grabbed her and I said, "I don't think there's anything that we could do." When Officer Talley showed up, and we were still in the parking lot, and he ran in, and then there were like 6 more squad cars that pulled up, and they told us to go across the street at that point. We had pretty much made it out of there when that second group, because it was when the group of squad cars showed up and they told us to get out of there. That's when we left. My mom tried to help an individual who, like I said, was no longer, I don't think he was with us at that point. It was like laying there in the middle of the street at that T section right in front of the King Supers. So it's like, yeah, that's what I recall.
Okay. What has been the impact on you of all this, Mr. Edwards?
The impact. I don't, psychological, mostly, I would say.
Fair. I'm not going to ask you to explain it in more detail, but it's fair to say and I think we're seeing it, really impacted you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Edwards, I appreciate you being here and you sharing with the jury what happened on March 22nd, 2021. So thank you very much, sir. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Mr. Edwards.
Judge, I have no questions. Mr. Edwards, you may go and you're released from your subpoena.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, people call Officer Brian Capobianco to the stand.
Okay, thank you. If you may, yes, you may. Thank you. Good afternoon, officer. If you'll please come towards me and then go around your left. Make your way up to the witness stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jeremy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Brian Capobianco. Last is Capobianco.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your background and your career experience, and then talk to you about what happened on March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury when you first started working in law enforcement, please?
January of 2018 is when I started.
Where did you begin?
What agency?
Yes, sir.
Boulder Police Department.
What prompted you to become a police officer?
I don't know, whatever prompts a career changer at age 30, I guess. Restlessness, but just want to do something different, more important.
What had you been doing before that?
I worked in construction management.
How long did you work in construction management for?
About 6 years.
And where was that?
New York City area.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up on Long Island, New York.
What brought you to the state of Colorado?
I like it here.
Okay.
Nothing in particular, but
I think that story sounds familiar to a lot of us.
yeah, more and more.
When did you move to the great state of Colorado?
I believe it was the day after Christmas 2017, and started the academy day after New Year's, I believe. So,
And do you have family still living on Long Island?
I do.
That includes your father?
Yes.
And did he fly in to support you today?
Yes, he's here.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your wife's name?
Victoria.
And during your time with Boulder Police Department, can you just walk us through what your career path has been and what's that involved?
Sure. I started off, as everybody else does, as a patrol officer, street patrol officer. I've had a number of collateral duties, including UAS or drone. I was on the SWAT team for a short time. I was a training officer, which was probably my favorite of all, and street sergeant, which is what I currently am.
What is a training officer?
So basically, after officers get out of the regional academy, they come back to home department and they undergo field training, and they're assigned with a field training officer who basically walks them through the day-to-day of how to do the job. So.
What was your role on March 22nd of 2021 with the Boulder Police Department?
I was on patrol. I was a patrol officer.
What does that involve?
In a general sense, responding to calls for service, dispatch calls for service, some proactive foot patrol, things like that.
What shift were you working on March 22nd?
Day shift.
Can you just tell the jury, to the best of your recollection, what was the day like leading up to 2 o'clock, 2:30 that afternoon?
Unmemorable, fairly innocuous as most days are. Routine calls for patrol, nothing remarkable.
So you say fairly innocuous, routine patrol. What does that mean to a police officer?
I guess it's relative. We deal with a lot of welfare checks, trespassing sorts of calls, kind of things of that nature, maybe a cold theft, nothing that really sticks out because it's something that we do pretty much every day.
It's your job.
It's our job.
You mentioned, can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Follow up on what you said. You mentioned a cold theft. Can you explain to the jury what that means in law enforcement terms?
Sure. We basically categorize calls based on level of priority. We basically do that by saying a call is either cold, meaning it happened sometime in the past and there's no present danger. A call just occurred, which means that it occurred sometime in the very recent past, or a call is in progress, which means it is occurring presently, which would be the highest priority.
So what would an example of a cold theft be?
Maybe a shoplift from a half an hour to an hour ago, where the clerk maybe just got around calling us or something like that. Maybe a little knick-knack or something.
How long had you been working that shift, those times, by March 22nd of 2021?
So we change shifts every year in January. So at that point, it had been going on about 3 months.
What were you wearing that day?
Standard patrol uniform, which looks a little bit different from this. This is a Class A uniform. Our patrol uniform, it would be similar color scheme patches, except there would be an outer carrier instead of an inner carrier. So I'm sure you've seen a outer vest with all of our tools attached to it.
And at approximately 2:25, 2:30, did a call come over the radio?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing at that point in time before you got the call?
So I was at the we have a downtown annex, which is at 16th and Pearl. Usually I would end my days there doing mostly paperwork, catching up on reports. Usually there were other officers there, so we would kind of sit and chat and do paperwork.
What'd the call come over as?
Well, initially I was dispatched to what came out as a fire assist down in District 5. For reference, we divide the city into different districts and assign a patrol officer to each district. So District 5 is anything south of Baseline Road and west of 28th Street.
Where were you when you got the fire assist call?
I was at the annex downtown.
So what'd you do?
Got into my patrol car, which was parked out front. Started making my way through the downtown area, the Pearl Street area, making my way towards Broadway, which is what I was going to take south to get down to District 5.
And what is District 5?
What is it?
Yes. Like what area does that include? Just roughly.
Oh, as I mentioned, it's west of 28th Street and south of Baseline Road.
Okay. And as you were heading there, did you get another radio call?
Yes.
What did that call come over as?
Came over as a shooting.
And do you recall the details that you received over the radio initially and then on your way there?
Some, yes.
What details do you recall?
So I recall a description, as is normally aired on a call. And at some point during the airing of that call, the dispatcher that was on our main radio channel clarified that it was going to be an active shooter.
Where?
King Super Supermarket on Table Mesa Boulevard.
So what'd you do then?
Drove a little faster. Activated my overhead lights and emergency sirens, and accelerated down Broadway straight south, which is the direction I was heading anyway.
And when you activate your lights and sirens, does that also activate your body worn camera?
Yes.
And you're aware that it recorded that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the description of the shooter that you received over the radio on the way to King Supers?
What I recall was a white male with a beard, and then he was wearing a vest. Came over as a tack vest.
What do you mean by tack vest?
Comes in a number of varieties, but it would similar to what you would see a police officer wear, maybe an outer carrier or something like that. Some sort of, they call it a tactical vest, but it serves some sort of utility. You can put equipment in it, things like that. Possibly some protective equipment, a plate, body armor, stuff like that.
What was going through your mind as you were driving there, Officer Capobianco?
Just getting there as fast as I could. Generally, when I go en route to a call, I safely as I can, I try to read call notes to get a little bit of context so I know what I'm going into. Given the situation, I knew all I needed to at that moment in time, and I was just concentrating on getting there safely just due to the increased speed. So
what do you mean you knew everything you needed to know at that moment in time?
I have a active shooter. I have a description. That's all I needed to know at the time, at least for my purposes, until I got to the call and reassessed.
How'd you get there?
What route?
Yes, please.
So I was at roughly Broadway and Pearl, when I recall the being broken from my initial call to go to the active shooter. So I took Broadway all the way south. Broadway is a straight shot down to Table Mesa. So I took Broadway all the way south, and then I went west, made a right turn and went west on Table Mesa, and the King Supers is right there.
You touched on this, but how would you describe your driving on the way there?
I hesitate to use the word frantic, but your foot gets a little heavier when you're going to a call like that. So generally, we're running emergency lights and sirens. We're going as fast as I safely could, I would say.
On the way there, were you continuing to receive radio transmissions from dispatch about what was going on inside King Supers at that moment?
Honestly, I don't recall. After the initial dispatch, I think I was so focused on getting there, and a lot of things are kind of running through your head at that moment in time. So I couldn't say for sure.
Okay. And if you had received additional radio communications, would that have been captured on your body-worn camera?
As long as my in-car radio was on and audible, then yes.
Okay. And was there an officer who arrived just before you at King Supers?
There was an officer on scene when I arrived.
Who was that?
Officer Gignac.
Had you worked with her before?
Yes.
And did you receive any radio communication from her on the way to King Supers?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall receiving any transmission about two parties down outside the King Supers?
Again, from memory, I can't recall.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was probably somewhere around, I would be guessing, but it probably would have only taken me a few minutes to get down from downtown, given the rate of speed I was going. So maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but again, best guess.
And upon arriving, can you describe to the jury what you saw?
Sure. I pulled into the driveway on the easternmost side of the store, the first driveway off of Table Mesa that leads straight up to the front doors. I saw Officer Gignac closer to the store. I don't recall if I saw anybody running. I expected to see more people outside, but didn't think about it, I guess, at the time. So I pulled in and immediately got out of my car, as we're trained to.
You mentioned as you're trained to, have you had, before this incident, active shooter training at the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
What did that consist of?
Simulated drills that we run. Obviously, we do the best we can as far as realism. But they're basically simulated scenarios that we run through. We go over tactics. We try to simulate some level of stress.
And through your training, what were you taught to do when there's an active shooter inside a location?
So, well, there's a lot of things. Getting out of the car as fast as possible. I usually carry a patrol rifle in the trunk of my car, so I went and got that as fast as I could. Another thing that we're taught to do is to listen for stimulus. So what that essentially means is any sort of sound outside of the ordinary, a gunshot, a scream, something like that. And the reason we're taught to do that is because we don't necessarily know what's going on or what we're just arriving into the middle of. But things like that sort of give us an inkling of which direction we're supposed to go, at least.
And when you arrived at King Supers, what else did you observe outside the store that was of significance to you?
There were, the parking lot was, from what I recall, full of cars. As I was running up to the store, I saw a woman, I believe, laying in the parking lot. She wasn't moving. So I kept moving past her to get up to where Officer Gignac was, towards the front of the store.
And you were carrying your rifle at that point?
I was.
And what did you decide to do at that moment?
Well, there was a male who I believe was an employee, just because of the apron that he was wearing, and he was leaving the store. He was heading out east, I believe. And I remember him saying that the shooter was inside. I asked the gentleman where inside. He didn't know. So I quickly moved on from him. He didn't have any further purpose for me.
What doors did you head towards?
They would be the doors on the easternmost side of the store, at least at the time, the layout.
And what was the reason you were going into the store at that moment so soon after arriving?
Generally, short of any stimulus, we tend to slow things down and do a more methodical search. However, I assumed at that point that there were more people inside of the store, and I didn't hesitate to go in because if there were people inside of the store, then that's where we needed to be. So that's just what I assumed.
What led you to make that assumption?
The parking lot was full. I didn't see, as I mentioned, a lot of people outside in the parking lot running. It's just one of those things. I just assumed there were more people possibly hiding inside of the store, and I just didn't want to wait. So,
And what was the reason you didn't want to wait?
Because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was outside when another gunshot went off. So, yeah.
What doors did you start to go through?
So there's concrete steps leading up to a glass vestibule. They're automatic glass sliding doors. After that vestibule leads into the store. So we made our way up to that initial vestibule.
And who was it at that point in time?
Initially, it was myself and Officer Gignac.
Did you then hear someone else's voice on the radio?
I did.
Whose voice did you hear?
Officer Talley.
Did you recognize it to be Officer Talley?
I did.
What do you recall him saying over the radio?
I don't remember his exact words, but I remember him airing that he was with us. I remember hearing his radio number, his voice. I recognized. I'd worked with Eric, with Officer Talley for a while.
So just taking a step back for a minute, when you've worked with someone for a while, do you get to know their voice over the radio like someone might over a cell phone or a phone when they were talking to someone they've known for a long time?
Usually.
And you knew it to be Officer Talley?
I did.
And you also knew that to be his unique Boulder Police Department number that he gave in the radio call?
Yep, I did.
Did you then see Officer Talley join you?
I don't recall seeing him joining us at the time. I believe he was behind me.
And you now know that he was behind you at that point?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through what happened next?
Yeah, I can. We entered into the vestibule and eventually through the next set of sliding doors, which leads into the store. I remember it being quiet for the most part, some light, I guess you can call it like lounge elevator sort of type music. I remember I could smell vividly, and if you've ever been to a firing range, you know distinctly what gunpowder smells like. And I remember that vividly, that I smelled gunpowder, and that's how I knew that shots had been fired. It's distinct. Inside the store, there are, you walk in, at least from those doors, and there's registers to the right. And I recall seeing another party down towards those registers. Again, didn't notice any movement at that time.
Can I stop here for a minute?
Yes.
When you entered the store, what was the lighting like inside the store?
I guess not out of the ordinary. It was fairly bright, as any supermarket would be under normal operating hours. Yeah.
You mentioned the music was playing.
I recall it was soft. It was quiet.
Other than the music playing, could you hear any other sounds from within the store?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So, in other words, no stimulus that you could perceive.
Correct.
What was your reaction in that moment in time to not being able to perceive any other stimulus?
I'll try to use appropriate words. I almost,
if you need to, the last witness said a few words that you might not find appropriate. So I think we're ready for it.
It's kind of an oh shit moment, because whenever I would train, we would include something like that. That's kind of the signal about, okay, I hear something over there. That's where I'm going to go. I didn't hear anything like that. So I'm basically walking into an open supermarket with no inclination where anybody is. And it was a bit jarring.
You use the word open. How would you describe the amount of cover from like a police officer's perspective? How much cover is there when you're walking in those doors?
Not nearly enough, in my opinion. We use the terms cover and concealment. Cover would be like hiding behind a car, something that would, in theory, stop a projectile, and then concealment would be hiding behind a bush or something like that just conceals your location. I remember there being a couple of racks of little tchotchkes or knickknacks or what have you. Otherwise, there was a customer service desk to the left, which provided a bit, but nothing from off to my right side. So I was open to about half the store, roughly, more than I would have liked to have been, but that's what was in front of us.
And then you mentioned just a few moments ago, there was a party down. What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. We don't know status. I know that there was a party human down near the registers. They were not moving. I did not know their status at that time. Again, we're trained to stop the threat first and then provide medical aid. So that's what we tried to do.
So you see the person down, and you're trained not to render medical aid right in that moment, but to, as you said, stop the threat?
Everything is dependent, but generally, yes. Our main priority is stopping the threat first and assessing the injuries second.
What was the significance of the person that you saw down on the ground in terms of your reaction to what's happening inside King Soopers?
I mean, it solidified the assumption that I had going into the store that at least a shooter had been inside, or either currently at some point.
How are you and Officer Talley and Officer Gignac positioned at this point in time?
So I was positioned in the front. The reason for that is because I had what we consider to be the superior weapon of the three. I had a patrol rifle, a long rifle. So generally that person goes up front. And then immediately behind me was Officer Gignac, and I believe behind Officer Gignac was Officer Talley.
And that's as you're moving into the store?
Correct.
Can you walk the jury through what happens next, please?
Sure. As I mentioned, I saw customer service counter immediately to my left. So I kind of ducked down and hugged that counter for at least some level of concealment from some part of the store or cover. I kind of crawled my way forward deeper into the store, still hugging that counter. Eventually the counter would 90 degrees to the left. So I made my way to that corner and began to round the corner there.
What was the very next thing that happened?
Gunshots, I heard. Loud.
From what direction?
I thought at the time that it was coming from my left. It was loud. Again, it's an open area. I couldn't say with certainty. I didn't see anything, but at least initially at the time, I had the inclination that it was coming from my left.
Where was Officer Talley when the shot was fired?
Not where I thought he was. I thought he was still behind me with Officer Gignac. Officer Talley was not. He was closer to, well, I would say a better way to put it would be away from the customer service counter.
So just to get the jury oriented to where everybody's positioned, if we can.
Sure.
What side of the store are you closer to in relation to Officer Talley?
I would be closer to the east side of the store.
And Officer Talley was to what direction from you?
West.
Approximately how far away was Officer Talley from you at that moment in time when you first heard gunshots?
He was close. I can't say for certain because at the time I thought he was still behind me, but he could have been more than 10 or 15 feet away. Close.
And what kind of weapon was Officer Talley holding at that point?
He had his service pistol. I don't recall the make, but that's what he had.
A handgun?
Yes.
And Officer Gignac had a handgun as well?
The same.
And she was still behind you at this point?
Yes.
How many shots do you recall hearing, Officer Capobianco?
There's no way I can say for sure. Several gunshots. They were loud and they were in rapid succession. But I can't put a precise number on it, but it was multiple.
What was your reaction in that moment in time?
My initial reaction, probably just instinctually, was to get down and get back to our closest point of solid cover, which was the vestibule, because at that point I still could not say where the shots were coming from, so I wouldn't have even have known what to get behind to safeguard myself.
Did you return fire at all at that point?
I did not.
And what was the reason you would not or did not fire at that point?
Because I did not have a visual of the suspect.
You didn't see where the gunfire was coming from?
Correct.
Or who was firing at you?
Correct.
So you mentioned that your first instinct would be to return to cover. So what in fact did you do?
I about faced and hurried my way back to the vestibule as quick as I could.
What do you recall happening next?
So when I turned, Officer Gignac was still behind me. I remember telling her to get out of the store as well. I got back as far as the vestibule and I stopped and looked back into the store to see if I can acquire a threat. I could not. So at that point, I retreated out of the vestibule and back to a layer of cars in the parking lot.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by looking to acquire a threat?
Yeah, so essentially, I didn't see anybody when the initial shots came out. So my fear was that whoever was potentially shooting at us was following us out of the store, and I wanted to make sure that that didn't happen as we had our backs to the store.
So physically, what'd you do to check on that?
Basically stood in the doorway with my rifle aimed and just did a quick scan before retreating out of the vestibule.
And did you see the shooter at that point?
No.
And you mentioned then you moved back towards cars.
I did.
And what was the reason you moved back towards the cars?
I wish I knew. To me, I always associate cars with being something we use for cover all the time. I probably needed to regain my bearings. So I took cover behind a car at that time. I couldn't tell you the reason I did it. It's just something that happened at the time.
Were other officers starting to arrive on scene?
At that very moment in time where I was back in the parking lot, I was still so focused on the store, I couldn't say for sure.
And at some point, did you see other police officers starting to move towards the doors?
Yes.
In your memory, how long was it between shots being fired at you and the other officers and that second group of officers heading towards the doors?
in my memory, eternity. It was probably no more than 30 seconds to a minute, but it felt like a lot longer.
What's the reason it felt like longer?
Relativity, the stress. There's no other way I can put it. Just the immense stress made it feel like a lot longer.
At some point while this is happening, did you realize Officer Talley was not within your sight?
Yes.
When was that?
When I made my way back out to the parking lot.
Can you tell us about that?
So I realized that he wasn't with us, which is why eventually I made my way back up to the front of the store. Because if we did have a downed officer inside, we had to go back. It's hard to explain.
When you made your way back to the front of the store, were the other officers starting to form up to go back in as well?
Yeah, yes.
Who do you recall, just to the best of your recollection, who do you recall being in that group that you knew?
I recall Officer Pleiter, Officer Stidell, Officer West was there, Officer Schmeitz, Officer Smith. I believe Officer Casero was there too.
What did Officer Pleiter ask for at that moment in time?
Well, he asked for a rifle. They were going to attempt to make another entry into the store. He had a patrol shield with him that ironically is only effective against handgun, but he had the shield with him, and they asked for a rifle up front. And, as fate would have it, I had the only one at the time, so I went back up to the front and joined Officer Pleiter and Officer Stidell.
I'm going to just walk you through what you just shared with the jury and have you break it down a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Asked for a rifle. Is that law enforcement jargon for someone with a rifle to come up to the front?
Yes. I need a rifle, if I recall correctly, but yeah, you always, especially since from the information we knew at the time was that the shooter had a similar weapon, we would be at least better odds if we had a long gun as opposed to a handgun. So that's fairly common to do something like that.
And the officers that you recall being there were all using something other than a rifle?
Initially, there was at least one other officer that I recall with a rifle, but he might not have been there at that moment in time. But yes.
So the ones that you do recall had handguns?
As far as I know, I just know that they asked for a rifle and I had one, so.
And then you mentioned the shield that Officer Pleiter was holding?
Yeah.
And you mentioned what it was designed for. Can you tell the jury more about that, please?
So I'm sure you've seen them before, but basically the shields that we carry on patrol are basically upper body length shields that you hold. They're generally rated for different caliber of firearm. They're used to make, if you're, say, for example, clearing a house or something like that, it makes it a little bit safer. So we'll have a shield carrier in front, person that draws the short straw. And then flanking that officer would be officer with generally a lethal option like a handgun, possibly a rifle or a shotgun or something like that. It's just an added layer of protection. So patrol shields have a rating. They're rated for a certain caliber of handgun or rifle, as I mentioned. And the basic ones that we carry are rated for handgun rounds, for example, not a rifle round. We have different shields for those, but we did not have one on scene at the time.
So Officer Pleiter is carrying a shield that's designed to stop handgun fire, but not rifle fire.
It's designed to stop handgun fire, not rifle fire. Correct.
And then you join him next to the shield.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happens next, please?
So we tried to push into the store. Couldn't have gotten more than a few feet into the store. It was pretty quick. And more shots had rang out. Again, didn't know where they were coming from. We were right near the front doors. So once again, I didn't see a shooter. So the closest point of cover was right outside of the doors immediately leading into the store in the vestibule. It's generally what I thought was concrete. So that's where I scrambled to.
Did you believe at that moment in time that the shots were being fired at you and the other police officers?
Yes.
What led you to conclude that?
I remember glass shattering around us. The sliding doors are glass, and from my recollection, there were some stationary glass windows or something along those lines next to the doors. But I remember glass shattering.
Around you and the other officers?
Yes.
You said you did not see the shooter at that point?
I did not.
Did anyone in that group going in the second time see the shooter?
I would find out later that they did, but at the time, I didn't know.
What happened shortly after that first round of shots fired at you and the other officers?
There were more shots fired. At that time, I didn't know if they were coming from the shooter or from one of the officers. But I remember some continued gunfire.
Would you later learn that was gunfire by one of the police officers at the shooter?
At least in part, yes.
And just moving us forward a little bit.
Sure.
At some point, did other officers respond and you move back from the location a little bit further?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Sure. So we have a vehicle with some armor that eventually arrived on scene. And I think what their plan was to use that to somehow make entry through the vestibule into the store. So once reinforcements arrived, myself and Officer Smith retreated to the first police car in the driveway that I remember seeing. And I think the rationale at that time was to cover the roof. I didn't know how many shooters there were or where the shooter was. So we retreated back to the first point of cover in that driveway and watched the roof.
How long did you remain in that position for?
I don't recall. It wasn't a very long time. We made our way back to a second car, another patrol vehicle, further towards Table Mesa, so north from the store in that driveway, again, to get a better vantage point onto the roof.
And at some point, did you back up even further?
We were relieved, I think, from that location.
And what do you mean by that?
Once at least the exterior of the store was secure enough for them to safely extract us, for a lack of a better term, that's what happened.
Where'd you go from there?
I believe they had a command post set up initially, so I rendezvoused there, after which I was transported back to the Boulder Police Department.
At some point, did you learn that Officer Talley had been shot and killed?
Yes.
When did you first realize that he had been shot?
The first time I remember realizing that he had been shot is when we made our way back up to the store. After the initial gunfire, I guess when you can say when the second wave of officers arrived and we made our way back up to the store, and I peeked inside.
What did you see when you peeked inside?
I saw what I presumed to be Officer Talley down on the ground. I knew it was a patrol officer because of the uniform. And the only other officer inside the store with me, at least initially, was Officer Gignac, who I knew got out of the store. Further, I knew it was Officer Talley because he was the only one of the three of us that essentially would wear a standard old school police uniform, which looks more like this, where the say bulletproof vest is on the inside of the uniform and not the outside. So I recognized the uniform.
When you were part of that second wave?
Correct.
And when did you find out that Officer Talley had died as a result?
So I think the first thing I recall was one of our sergeants at the time, and if I can remember this correctly, saying that they wouldn't need an ambulance. Or
we're almost done. Can I ask you a few questions about Officer Talley before we wrap up? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Approximately how old was Officer Talley?
I'm guessing age, about 50 maybe, something around there.
When did you first meet Eric Talley?
Ooh. I was still probably even before I went off to field training, after our regional academy when I got back to the department.
Can you tell the jury about meeting him and your first interactions with him, please?
Sure. So for context, when you're in training, you are about this big, or at least that's how big you feel. And you're still in the academy mindset where everything is yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Especially a senior officer. So I addressed Officer Talley as such when I encountered him outside of the police department the first time I met him, as sir. And I remember him very quickly barking at me. He said, don't call me sir. He said, you and I are equals. We're the same. And that interaction was a microcosm of Eric. So
how so?
He was very humble, always showed extreme humility. He poked fun at himself. He always went out of his way to help everybody else, both inside the department and outside. He was exemplary in that regard, so much so that they created an award in his honor to recognize exactly that.
What was your relationship like with him over the years that you were working with him?
I was good friends with Eric. He became kind of a mentor to me as a new officer. We were also kind of nerds in the same way. So Eric was really very much into board games. So on our breaks, he would bring in some obscure board game that you've never heard of, and we would play that. And the next day I was always into card games. So then I would teach him how to play Magic the Gathering or something like that, something silly. And, I tried to emulate the way that he spoke to people, spoke to the public, went out of his way to accommodate people. I tried to emulate myself off of that.
Did Officer Talley have a family?
Yeah.
And how many kids did Officer Talley have?
7.
I'm not, let me just ask it this way. Fair to say this has had a very significant impact on you, Sergeant Capobianco?
That would be an understatement, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You are excused and you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, can we approach?
Yes, ma'am. I was planning on us taking a quick break since we had that one rather immediate. So remember my admonition, don't talk to anybody, don't talk amongst yourselves, don't form or express an opinion. If somebody does try to talk to you, report that to me or my staff immediately. And I think we're good. So I'll have Mr. Collins take you out and have you back in here at 4:30. Yes, please. Thank you.
Still opposed.
You rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. Be seated. The breaks got a little wonky today, but I still want to make the most of your time. So we'll go to 5 o'clock, still utilizing what we typically plan for a day. And then we'll get started again tomorrow at 9. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, when Sergeant Capobianco finished up, we didn't address him being released from the subpoena, and I just wanted to confirm.
I did actually tell him he was released from the subpoena, so unless I got it wrong.
No, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I did.
With that, Your Honor, then the people would call Officer Pam Gignac to the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You know the routine. Please face me, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Just be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon.
It's okay. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
It's Pamela Gignac, Gignac.
And Officer Gignac, can you walk the jury through your law enforcement career, please?
Yes, I started December 18th, 1980 at the University of Texas in Austin. Was there about 10 years. The last 3, I was patrol sergeant. Then I went over to the Travis County Sheriff's Office, where I was a patrol deputy. And my last year and a half there, I was in detectives.
If you could stay a little bit at the angle so you're a bit closer to the microphone, particularly for folks in the back and the podium. Thank you.
And as a patrol sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities back then?
I was on the night shift, so I oversaw 12 officers and 5 civilian employees.
How long did you serve in that role for?
My last 3 years.
Before going over to the Travis County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Can you just give us a brief summary of your time with the Travis County Sheriff's Office, please?
So like I started patrol as patrol deputy, had an assigned area that I patrolled. About 4 months in, I was asked by the SWAT commander to join the SWAT team. But we called it Sheriff's Response Team, but it was a SWAT team. Then I went into detectives and investigated any crimes involving juveniles. And I was an arson investigator for them. And I also taught at the Law Enforcement Academy.
So meaning you specialize in cases involving juveniles and also arson-related crimes?
Yes.
And you mentioned teaching at the academy. What did that involve?
It was a 5-month academy for new recruits in the law enforcement side and the correction side. And so I taught whatever topics that they needed me to teach.
How long did you work with the Travis County Sheriff's Office?
3 years.
Where did you go after leaving the sheriff's office?
I came to Boulder Police Department.
Can you tell the jury what first brought you to Boulder, Colorado?
I was a military brat, and one of my dad's last assignments was at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. So I love to ski. I love to hike. Was coming here 3 and 4 times a year, so I thought it would be prudent to move here and it'd be cheaper for me in the long run.
When did you join the Boulder Police Department?
It was August 23rd of 1993.
And you're still serving with the Boulder Police Department?
Yes, I am.
So I know we're talking about a significant span of service here, but from 1993 through today, can you just walk the jury through your career with the Boulder Police Department?
Started on night shift, spent a couple years there, went to swing shift, spent a couple years there, went into detectives for a 3-year period, went back onto patrol, came to day shift. What else?
No, that's exactly what I was asking for. Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned swing shift. I don't think the jury's heard about the swing shift before. What is the swing shift?
We have 3 shifts at Boulder. It's 6 to 4 is the day shift. When I was on swings, it was 3 to 11, and then night shift was 9 to 7. And we've adjusted those hours a little bit the past couple of years.
You also mentioned serving 3 years in the detective unit.
Yes.
What did that involve?
I was in the general crime section, plus I also did arson investigation.
And then you went back to patrol after that.
Yes.
And in March of 2021, were you working patrol at the time?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
I was on the day shift, which is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. I was assigned my district, which is the northwest quarter of the city. So it's just answering calls, any calls for service, taking reports, looking for any criminal activity.
You mentioned the northwest part of the city was your jurisdiction at that time?
Yes.
What did that roughly consist of?
North of Pearl Street to the foothills, all the way to the north city limits up at the Y, and over to 28th Street.
So, for example, if something happened at Lucky's Market up on Broadway, that would be within your jurisdiction.
Yes.
And what, back in 2021, before this happened, what was an average day like for you on patrol?
It would vary because, you never knew how many in-progress calls were going to take place, but usually a mixture of in-progress calls with what we call cold calls, meeting with victims, taking their crime reports for them, filling out the paperwork, some traffic enforcement.
You mentioned in-progress calls. What is an in-progress call?
An in-progress call is something that's a little more serious. It's actually happening right there. And so we need a faster police response so that we can help quell the situation.
During your time as a police officer with the Boulder Police Department, have you been inside the King Soopers at Table Mesa prior to March 22nd?
Yes.
On what kinds of occasions?
Usually for shoplifters.
Approximately how many times would you say, just ballpark, had you been inside that King Soopers over the years?
Probably about a dozen times.
Prior to the incident that occurred here, what was that day? What was March 22nd like for you?
Started the usual way. I had to wait a little bit at the PD because I shared a car with the night shift officers. And so we had that kind of lag time. So I had to wait till they were done. And then I got my car and loaded up, made sure I had all the necessary equipment for that day. And then I just went out to my district and started patrolling.
Up in Northwest Boulder?
Yes.
And what shift were you working that day?
Day shift, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
What do you recall the weather being like that day?
It was a little overcast and a little on the cool side, and it would snow lightly on and off.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my BDUs, which are basically our cargo pants. They have pockets on the side. I was wearing a long sleeve shirt and my external vest.
And the long sleeve shirt, was that a police uniform?
Yes, it was.
And by that, I mean, did it have
It actually looks just like this one. the patches on both shoulders, my badge, uh, things of that nature.
What type of car were you driving that day?
One of the Ford SUVs.
And generally speaking, but also on that day, the Boulder police officers patrol as individuals, in other words, solo cars?
Yes, we do.
And that's what you were doing on March 22nd?
Yes.
Do you recall the call coming over for the incident at King Supers?
Yes, I do.
Where were you when you received the call?
I was actually on Moorhead heading down to Table Mesa because a fellow officer was assigned a suspicious person's call. So I was going down there to be her cover officer.
Can we break that down a little bit for the jury? What do you mean by a suspicious person's call? Excuse me.
The call was a gentleman was looking into parked cars. So they assigned the district officer, and you never know what kind of person you're going to encounter. So I went down there to provide any assistance if she needed it.
And one of the terms that's used for that is as a cover officer.
Yes.
So had you already arrived when the call came over for the incident at King Supers?
No, I was still about a block away from her.
Who was that officer, if you recall?
That was Officer Julie Morris.
And after, excuse me, on the way to meet up with Officer Morris, you received the call about what's happening at King Supers.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, please, what you remember about that radio call?
Aired that there was an active shooter at the King Supers on Table Mesa. And then they gave a rough description and aired that the suspect may have possibly been leaving the store and was in the parking lot.
What do you recall about the description or what the active shooter was doing?
Said that I remember about 5'8", possibly wearing body armor, and was shooting people.
What was the significance, if any, of the radio communication that he might be wearing body armor?
Well, the body armor presents a challenge to us because if I ended up in the situation where I was going to have to shoot the suspect, knowing that they were wearing body armor really narrows down the target zone of where we can shoot and effectively stop them from continuing their actions.
After receiving the radio call, what did you do?
I hit my lights and siren because I knew I was close, and I started driving west on Table Mesa towards the store.
How fast would you describe your driving as?
I really never looked down at my speedometer, but I knew I was exceeding the speed limit by quite a bit, but I didn't have any traffic, and so I was pushing it a little to get there as fast as I could.
This is an obvious question, but what was the reason you were trying to get there as fast as you could?
I wanted to stop the shooter from killing people.
Were you the first officer to arrive on
Yes.
scene?
Sorry, yes, I was.
How did you pull into the King Supers parking lot?
So if this is the King Supers, down Table Mesa, there's what I called the main entrance. It almost split the store in half. So I took that entrance.
What did you see as you entered the King Supers parking lot from that entrance?
As I drove down the little road to get towards the building, I saw a deceased person laying in the parking lot.
Could you tell at that point if it was a man or a woman?
No.
Where approximately was the deceased person located?
The feeder road comes in, and then you have to turn left or right, and then there's the store. And so they were about right where the T was formed.
So upon seeing that person on the ground, what did you do?
I tried to park my patrol vehicle in front of them so that nobody could come in at a high rate of speed and hit them.
When you say in front of them, which side do you mean?
That would have been north of them.
So you have the store, the person's body, and then you park your car on the other side.
Yes,
And that's to block from any other police vehicles running over the person.
yes.
What did you do immediately upon arriving at King Supers?
I had radioed to our communication center that I was arrival. I got out of my vehicle and went to the hatch to try and get my ballistic helmet. But I was unable to get it out of the bag.
And when you said you radioed arrival, what does that mean?
I'd still let dispatch and any other responding units know that I was on scene.
What'd you do after trying to get the helmet out of your bag and being unsuccessful?
Officer Capobianco had pulled in and was approaching from the left. And so we yelled at each other, that we needed to get in the store. So we joined up to make an entry team.
What was the reason you wanted to get into the store right away?
To stop any further killing.
What kind of weapon did you have?
I have my department issued Smith & Wesson 9mm.
It's a handgun?
Yes.
Did you have a rifle in your car?
No.
Okay. And at what point did you draw your handgun?
As soon as I'd taken a couple steps from my patrol vehicle.
Did you also radio anything else to dispatch at that point?
That there was another deceased person in the parking lot.
What did you and Officer Capobianco start to do?
We started to form up to make entry into the store.
At some point, did Officer Eric Talley arrive?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that, please?
So I'm going to call him Capo because that's what we all call him. So Capo and I joined up, and off to my right shoulder, I saw Eric parking and starting to run up the ramp to join up with us.
And by Eric, you mean Officer Eric
Yes,
Talley?
sorry, Officer Talley.
That's okay. Did he catch up to you and Officer Capobianco?
Not until Capo and I had made entry into the store.
And can you describe for the jury what you observed as you started going into the King Supers?
Well, we noticed there, we call it stimulus, and we didn't hear any shots taking place at that time. Saw another deceased person by the registers.
What led you to conclude the person was deceased?
Just the way they were on the ground, and didn't appear to be, any breathing or any signs of life.
So what, if anything, did you radio to dispatch and other officers at that point?
Well, once Capo and I went in, I realized we hadn't told anybody that we made entry, and that's important for the other responding units to know. So I kind of slowed down a little bit and radioed that Capo, myself, and Officer Talley had made entry.
And you mentioned you do that because it's important to the other responding officers. What do you mean by that?
Well, they need to know that somebody's already in the store in case we encounter anything, and they need to know we're in there so that they can decide, okay, do we need to go into, or should we take up another post on the exterior of the building?
So you radio that you're entering the store with Officer Capobianco and Officer Talley.
Yes.
And do you also radio once you're inside that you see an individual who appears to have been killed on the floor?
Yes.
What was the lighting like when you first went into the store?
It appeared that all the lights were on inside the store. It was actually quite bright in there.
What, if anything, could you hear?
I didn't hear anything.
Any stimulus at all?
No.
So what was your reaction to that?
Well, the way we're taught that if there's no stimulus, that you slow it down and then you try to start doing a methodical search to look for the suspect.
What's the reason for that?
That's so that you don't overlook things, that you want to search everything or as much as the store as you can so that you don't overlook anybody.
So at that moment in time, as you're radioing information to dispatch and to other officers, How are you, Officer Talley, and Officer Capobianco?
Well, Capo and I had kind of veered towards the left, and so Capo was ahead of me. And then I was back several feet, and then Eric was behind me. Sorry, Officer Talley.
It's okay. What's the very next thing that happened?
Officer Talley ran by me on my right shoulder and penetrated further into the store. And then 2 shots rang out and Officer Talley dropped.
Where did the shots come from?
It sounded like it was coming off to our left, so that would have been the north east corner of the store.
And did you believe the gunfire was directed at you and the other officers?
Yes.
And you saw, I think you said, Officer Talley drop?
Yes.
What did you believe it was when you first saw him do that?
I was thinking and hoping that he was just taking cover. And so he was trying to make himself a smaller target by dropping down.
Could you see the shooter at that point?
No.
How close, just from hearing the gunfire, how close did it seem like the gunfire was to you and the other officers?
I couldn't tell.
And no idea where it's coming from at that point?
No, just off to my left, to the east.
So what'd you do at that point?
Capo turned to me, yelled, and I remember him saying, do you know where he is? Meaning the suspect. And that's when I told him he's off to our left. And so we kind of tried to join up a little tighter formation.
What's the very next thing that happened, Officer Gignac?
Capo said, well, we need to get out of here. So, because we really didn't have any cover where we were. So we started moving back towards the main door to find some cover.
Where'd you go?
Back to the same door we came in, the northeast door.
How quickly is all this happening?
I have no idea. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes. I mean, time just kind of blurred together.
What's the very next thing you remember doing?
I went outside and went partway down the ramp, and there was a second team forming. So I told them where the shooter had been so that they would know which way to start looking.
And at that point, did the second team start to move up to the front doors?
Yes.
Where were you located at that point?
It felt like they were a really big team because I was trying to join back up with them, and I had to hesitate because it just seemed like they were filling up the entire foyer. And so there was really no place for me to stand at that time. So I kind of hugged the corner where the door is in the north wall of the store.
And is that on the side where the pedestrian ramp is located?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury what you saw on the pedestrian ramp at that point, please?
I don't understand your question.
I'm sorry, I could have phrased it better, and I'll try. You're on the pedestrian ramp?
Yes.
What else did you see on the pedestrian ramp, if anything?
Well, there was the car with the door open, and the one other victim who was laying on the sidewalk was very near that ramp.
And that was a different person than the one you saw when you drove into the parking lot?
Yes.
What was the very next thing that happened?
Everybody was trying to formulate a plan, and a couple more shots rang out.
From where?
It appeared to be straight ahead of us, so from the south.
Inside the store or outside?
Inside the store.
And was that after that second wave or second team had gone into the store?
Yes, it was.
After that, did a sergeant arrive and take over incident command?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Sergeant Benny Gallaran.
And shortly thereafter, what were you doing?
And like I said, it was pretty congested there. And so we're always taught, look for a job. So I knew I wasn't doing anything in that current position. So I took a couple officers with me and we moved down to the west doors because there was nobody at those doors.
What was the reason you moved down to the west doors?
You want to cover the door so if the suspect runs out, you can hopefully apprehend them. If there's any victims in there that you can get out safely, you just want them to see a uniform and a friendly face and know, this is a safe way to go.
At some point after SWAT arrived, were you relieved from your position near the front of the store?
Yes.
Where'd you go then?
They took us into the bank that is located in the parking lot where the King Soopers is. And we met with our deputy chief and the chief.
And that's the Chase Bank?
Yes.
When and how did you find out that Officer Talley had been killed?
I knew it when it happened.
I'm sorry to ask you this, but at what point did you know?
Because Eric was running into the store at a pretty good clip when he went by me. And then when the shots rang out, he just dropped. And that was a pretty good indicator that he had been shot.
And you mentioned that you had been hoping that he was ducking down and not actually been shot.
Yes.
And at some point, as the officers continued to respond, did you find out he actually had been killed?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Well, I actually told them.
Okay.
And then at the end, when we were doing our debrief at the Chase Bank, the executive staff verified that.
And they confirmed for you what you had already suspected based on what you saw.
Yes.
How long had you known Eric Talley?
Since he hired on at the department.
And by hired on, you mean from when he first started with the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
How would you describe Eric Talley?
Judge, objection 401, 403 cumulative. Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You mentioned you knew Officer Talley for a period of years.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Officer Gignac.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Gignac.
No cross-examination.
All right. Thank you. You are excused and you may be released from subpoena. Yes.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Dunn, released?
Yes.
Just want to confirm. All right, thank you. All right, as I said, we're going to recess for the evening. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside references or search the internet for anyone involved in the trial, anything about the trial. And as always, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. All right, we'll see you in the morning. We'll have some breakfast items for you, hopefully, and we'll get started at 9. Thank you.
I didn't think at all that she was going to die. How could you not think that? Delusional.
Child's father is already serving life in prison for the girl's death, and on Wednesday, her mother heard her fate in the Kent County courtroom.
This video contains the interview of a woman who allowed her infant daughter to starve to death. On August 2nd, 2018, the police knew they needed to brace themselves to deal with the death of a child, but nothing prepared them for what they found. Inside the filthy home of Seth Welsh and Tatiana Fusari, Mary Welsh, the 10-month-old daughter of the couple, was lying in her crib. The child was barely 8 pounds and so thin that not only were her bones protruding, but the outline of her intestines was visible against her stomach. An autopsy revealed that Mary had not been fed for days and had been slowly starving to death for an undetermined period of time.
Hi. Tatiana, this is my supervisor.
We've seen each other, but I don't think we've met. I'm sorry for your loss. I know that obviously the last thing you want to be doing is this. So we haven't spoke yet. I know you've already spoken with Jason. My name is Jason as well. But some of the same stuff that I gotta turn this brain off. some of the same stuff that he's already talked about. I wasn't there when you guys spoke, so I'd like to go over some of that. Obviously, he's already advised you of your constitutional rights up at the scene. You still remember those rights. That's,
Thank you for clarifying.
yep, no problem. Do you want me to read them to you again, or you're still good to go? All right. Like I told you, you're not under arrest, but because you're in this fine facility, we do like to just remind you of those. So, really, what I kind of just like to do is just to get a better understanding of how we are here today, and kind of go back a few years even, just to get to know you and your family a little bit. So, do you go by Tatiana, or do you have a nickname? Tatiana. Okay.
Nicknames don't really seem to work.
You couldn't just give us an easy nickname. No, I'm just kidding. How many children do you have?
Sorry, 5.
3.
3.
Okay. Yep. Right. Yeah. And Mary. Okay. How old is your oldest?
4.
And your so at the scene there, I was told that verbal. Is that true that he doesn't, or he's very verbal?
He's very verbal.
I don't know. Someone, and you know how it gets mixed. You whisper in one person's ear, and as it goes down the chain, maybe he was just being shy. So that's
he tends to get shy. But
yeah, he did some high fiving for me, but
he knows lots of words. He's just sometimes big sister can be a little dominating. So
maybe that's what it is.
Him, but,
and probably all the commotion probably really made him shy, and he probably didn't want to. So maybe they were just saying he was nonverbal right now. Maybe that's what it was. Medical issues or nothing like that? Okay.
Not at all.
And is she in any kind of daycare? Does she go? Does she have preschool?
No, I homeschool. I have my degree in early childhood
education.
Okay. So
good for you.
Thought since being at home at the farm, I can at least give them an initial education before we decide to send them off to the grade school.
Absolutely. So.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Like in what kind of stuff?
She is fluent in her alphabet, her numbers at least up to 20.
Husari gives the impression that she has invested a lot of care and effort into her older children, which is inconsistent with the level of neglect that the infant Mary experienced.
Although she knows other numbers like 160, but not in sequence. She's practicing her writing. She just has a little issue with the numbers. They get a little backwards, but she knows how to spell words like hi, cat, dog. She knows that Elizabeth starts with E.
She kind of do better than Jason. The hi and the cat and dog part. So does a doctor that she sees, does she have a primary doctor?
Not anymore. We did have. It was great and everything. We just we only go if there's an issue, and there just hasn't been.
Well, good. Okay. And what was that for?
A checkup.
Do you know what clinic he's with?
It's his own practice.
Okay.
I know it's in Rockford.
Do you remember where in Rockford? Okay. That's all right. No big deal. So she was there for her 2-year checkup. Mm-hmm. Was she ever there prior to the 2-year checkup?
Yes.
For what time?
18-month checkup.
Any other one?
No, we had her.
Okay, so prior to the 18-month checkup, she was with a different doctor.
Yes.
Do you don't remember that? Okay.
He was the one that called CPS on us because we.
What were your occasions to be with him?
Her preliminary vaccinations.
So where? Metro Barn, and then so from there, off the top of your head, you remember?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months.
Maybe.
Yeah, I won't hold you to it. I know it's a while ago. And so at
early enough for her to get early enough for her to get her vaccinations, and we were consistent with it. And then afterwards, we just did a lot of research, and we didn't feel the need to do it anymore. Dr. Williamson was very gracious with us and understanding, and like, you actually don't have to do that at all.
After a bad experience at the hospital with one of their children, Seth Welch, Fusari's husband, refused to allow the children to be seen by doctors at all. If you haven't already, I highly recommend visiting my Patreon page for exclusive and ad-free videos, including the intense interrogation of an officer involved in a routine traffic stop gone wrong. Listen to the shocking events that unfold as an officer crosses the line and employs excessive force. This case offers a glimpse into the unsettling reality of when the actions of good people become entangled in tragic circumstances. Watch this video and explore many more at patreon.com/strangerstoriesplus.
We'll do 4 to 6 if you want.
Okay, and so at what visit, obviously it was probably the last visit, is when he recommended the helmet, the head shaping. But so there was never any concern about the shape of her head from 0 to 18 months?
No, that's why it was such a concern for us as to why you would just bring this up out of nowhere. And
so what was the problem with the shape of her head according to him?
he said it was off. It was just not circular. And I mean, I wasn't offended. I was just taken aback. And then my step found out that it's commission based for these products that they try and push. So we don't know specifically. This is hearsay.
Sure.
But we think that
We'll
he
accept
was trying to push the helmet. It was a $3,000 helmet for that and called CPS and said that we were being neglectful or something or other.
Okay.
And then that's when we went to.
So was it the first time he ever pushed that helmet? Was it right around the 18 month? That's the first time
I believe so.
Okay.
Unless he spoke to Seth otherwise, but I doubt it.
I've never even heard of a head shaping helmet.
Have you ever seen young children? It looks like some children with Down syndrome will wear it, and it like cuts here and it cuts like that, and it's big and clunky.
Maybe I have seen that. Maybe I have. Yeah.
It looks quite invasive, and I just am heavy, and I just want her to like get neck problems or back problems, and she didn't need it.
Right. Yeah. So, the 2-year checkup after that, we haven't needed it. How's the shape of her head?
Wonderful.
That's
You've
good.
seen her.
Yeah. So that worked out just was okay.
Yes.
How does that work?
Wonderful.
Was that a choice?
Yeah.
Was that like what do they call it, like a midwife or something?
Yeah, it was a home birth.
Okay,
And I
so
had a midwife.
how does that work when you choose to have? First off, I mean, why did you go from being from her in a hospital and some transformation here where you said we want to do the midwife? Yeah.
Yeah. The being at the hospital was very invasive. They with me after she was born. They wanted her out of the room. They wanted us there for 3 days because apparently I pushed out a lot more fluid than they were expecting. So she coughed. I'm like, oh, we need to keep her for testing. And then I just think it's because they just wanted to charge us more. I don't know. Conspiracy theory, yada yada, whatever.
Yeah, you never know though, right?
Exactly,
Right.
you don't. So I just think they wanted to keep us there for 3 more days, and then they wouldn't like allow me to see her except to nurse, and they were saying, oh, you can just give her food here, and don't worry, you can rest. I don't want to see my baby. And then they would have like WIC come in and give me information, and then you want to have newborn portraits? No, can I just go home?
Right.
So we just didn't want any part.
So that just turned you off to the.
And having a home birth right after I gave birth, Seth went out and bought me a pizza, and I ate that whole pizza right after I gave birth.
Bonus.
Right on my couch.
So how does the midwife work? Is that through a hospital, through a clinic? How do you reach it? How does this work?
Google.
Oh, okay.
I just searched on midwives in the area, or also there are Facebook groups like Home Birth in West Michigan, Cedar Springs Home Birthing, and I just asked a lot of different women for advice.
While there are many people who are trained and skilled enough to provide safe home births, there are some that have no credentials or experience and could cause great harm. A Google search is not the best way to search for something of this nature, and given Fusari and Welch's general treatment of their children, it is doubtful that they did much research about the person they chose.
So now, what is a midwife? Is it someone that knows what they're doing, or could I be a midwife?
You cannot be a midwife. You need medical training.
Well, okay, that's what I was wondering. So is it like actually A certification?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
And she's been training with her grandmother. Excuse me.
Well, that's all right.
Who's been training with her grandmother, so I like the whole genealogy. thing about
Absolutely,
it.
yeah.
She gave birth to all 3 of her kids at her home, and has been doing it for about 40 years before me.
So when a midwife becomes involved in your pregnancy, how early on do they become involved?
As early or as late as you'd like.
So what? Okay.
Because I was I was fit as a fiddle. I didn't.
Right. Yep. And this wasn't your first child, and you weren't concerned. And yep.
And then working on the farm, I barely gained weight, and I was just weeding all the time. Like, it wasn't a necessity. I only went to see her to get ultrasound and.
But did she know you were coming? Did she know
after I contacted her?
So when did you contact her just at the 2 months, or did you set it up like, hey, I'm gonna be contacting you in a couple months?
No, it was. I contacted her.
Okay.
Said, hi, are you available to see me? I know you may be busy with other clients, but I'm going to give birth soon.
So what do they do when they come? What's their first?
First, I have appointments at her house every 2 weeks, depending on the time. Of.
So they do a full physical exam, all that stuff.
I take a urine test for glucose levels, and then blood pressure, weight, height. She'll measure from the top of the stomach all the way to the bottom. We'll check. We didn't check blood. Oh, we'll do ultrasound to see where the baby is, to see the sex of the baby. She's also legally supposed to send me to a hospital or a doctor if there are any complications. And
perfect. So everything was fine.
Yeah.
And or
no, and that's how we see it.
Wow.
It's just, I think it's the organic fruits and vegetables.
I'm sure that's something with it.
Spread the word.
Yeah. It's got to be healthier. So, from what I gather, at some point you guys started doing your own research on vaccinations, and you've chosen we're not doing the vaccinations route. So, but you're not. What would you? To go to the doctor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yes. If there was a problem, of course.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. So,
right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't assume that you knew, but.
Any problems? Any developmental problems, medical problems, anything that concerns you?
No.
Never?
No.
Healthy as a horse?
The worst is probably him picking at his mosquito bites. Don't pick at your owies.
He'll never stop doing that,
no,
ever.
It's a little scab, but that is literally the extent of any type of issue medically. Or physically. We took them until they were about 16 months before they started walking, and they didn't even walk, they just ran.
So how big is a long baby?
Yes, right?
It's only about 22 inches shorter than we are now. I have to include myself in that.
You're a little more vertically challenged than I am.
Was heavier and shorter.
That's
my guy.
Yeah, and he's stout. You've seen him. He's stout.
Yeah, he's not a chubby kid though. He's
stocky.
Yeah, he's about 20 ounces to the pound.
Weeding.
Yeah.
All that weeding.
Yeah, that's right. Get him to work.
Yeah.
He's lucky. So, and so.
By starting so far back in the timeline with their questions, successfully allowed Fusari to distance herself enough from the current situation that she has forgotten to be upset. She is talkative, and in this state, she is more likely to reveal things before she thinks about what she is saying.
So,
she's probably 50 pounds now.
I don't know about any of this. Is John in his height weight categories?
Yes.
Either too fat or they're not. And that also prompted a CPS visit? Is that?
Yes, with the same doctor about the helmet.
Okay. He referred you to CPS how many times?
It was once, as far as I'm aware.
So. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
21.
Thanks a lot for the cookie.
Yeah, look what happened now.
So that was like. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we would expect that, right? So. But was it the same time that the helmet?
Yes.
Okay, so it was kind of like a couple issues on the same referral? Is that
We
what-
thought they were just coming for the helmet, and then she clarified for us and said, this documentation here says that she's fine. So
Yeah.
I don't know what he's telling you.
Right. Okay. So that's pretty frustrating.
Very.
So she, 3 months ago, she weighed 46 pounds. And about how tall is or was she 3 months ago?
Oh.
Do you know?
I don't know. I forgot.
It's okay. I wouldn't know how to tell my kids are. I use this.
That's what I was going to do.
Well, let's say if she were standing here, what's just your ballpark where you think she'd stand to you? Or you probably know where she comes to your body.
Yeah. With me standing, her head is right up to here. I mean, she sits.
Just like chest level.
Yes.
And how tall are you?
Fusari and Welsh had Child Services investigating multiple times, but Fusari brushes off each incident as if each one was an overreaction.
Maybe she's 4.
So she's actually pretty tall.
She is, isn't she? I mean, my father-in-law is 6-something.
Oh, well, yeah. So where on you? He's not chest level, so
Right about
just
waist.
over the waist?
Just over the waist.
Okay.
Just tall enough for great hugs.
You betcha. So he is at 2. That's actually pretty tall. Too. That's actually quite tall, too. Yeah, he's going to be a sprouty kid, too, then, isn't he? So now we're going to get into a more difficult subject. And then we're going to Mary as well, which obviously you're going to want to talk about her, but it'll probably be difficult today.
Okay.
Was he excited about that?
Yeah.
Was he really? Good for him. Late, or you were a few minutes early, however we want to word it, right?
Sure. Depending on who you ask.
Right. 2 minutes late, and Seth delivered her. So did Seth know what to do with the cord? He did it all.
Yeah.
Or did he leave a little? So when you gave you bottle feed, breastfeed, pump,
I breastfed and pump.
so when you gave birth, work?
Yes.
Okay, where did you work at?
At the Cedar Springs Meyer.
So when you were working at Cedar Meyer, while you were at work, did you leave work to breastfeed, or did you leave pumped bottles at home for Seth to feed?
I left pumped bottles at home.
Okay. So how do you do that? When you set up your pump, I mean, I know how the pump works, but is that something you refrigerate, something you freeze, something you do fresh every day? What about, so how's that work?
It depends on my shift, but usually it's I pump fresh every day, and I will leave one out on the counter, leave some in the fridge, and then there will be some in the freezer. So if he does run out during the day, there's some extra in the freezer on those days where I'm just, pardon my language, but a little more swollen than
Yeah, right, yeah.
usual.
So when you left some, so you leave one bottle on the counter, so that could be room temperature.
Yes,
And then you put how many typically in the fridge?
about 3.
Okay, and then how many did you typically have on tap in the freezer?
Oh boy.
And so those are just in the bottle, nipple inverted, and
No,
how's that
they're
work?
not in the bottle. They're in
Okay.
a freezer-safe pouch.
Oh, like and then that gets stuffed down into a bottle?
No, the pouch gets put into a pot, and then you, with not boiling water, but warm enough water so it defrosts,
Uh-huh.
and then you pour it into a bottle,
Oh, I gotcha.
and then let it sit so it's not too hot.
And so you would keep about 12 of those in the freezer,
Yes.
guesstimate.
Mm-hmm.
So okay. Oh, so do you rotate the freezer ones out to the fridge so you can put some fresh ones in the freezer?
It depends. Like if we were going to my in-laws' house in Grand Haven, then I would bring the freezer ones with me.
Oh,
Yeah.
to use some of those.
Mm-hmm.
Milk and other foods were available, and Mary could have been fed if they had chosen to do so. The food was deliberately withheld.
So do you date the ones that are in the freezer?
Yeah.
Do you put dates on
Oh,
them?
you have to.
Okay. Breast formula, or
Breast.
same story?
Arm was taking off well enough, so I was able to stay home and do
Most. Did you still leave some in the freezer?
I didn't need to.
But what if, so Seth did feed.
And I should note that when I went back to work after already.
Oh, she was. Okay.
So in about a month, she was going to start solid food. So I would have frozen solid food of like breast milk mixed with like cream spinach and peas and ice trays. And then you can defrost that even in a Ziploc bag in the microwave.
So was at 4 months, was she developing well? Was she getting to be a roly-poly? How did your kids develop? Every child's different, I know that, but.
They all were very engaging and active. And yes, roly-poly is a great way to describe all of them, actually.
Okay.
The only thing they were late on was walking.
Okay. So would you say like some, or she always thinner?
She was always petite.
Always petite.
Yeah, she was never, nothing chunky about her, just. You know. But nothing concerning either.
No.
So she was still fitting into the size diapers and stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
So because I mean, I've got kids too, but I probably much like Seth, I didn't do most of the diaper shopping.
Mm-hmm.
There's the infant or the newborn, and then it goes like
Size
what?
1, 2, 3.
So that's based on months, right? So we'll say like 0 to 3 months or something like that, or
3 months is usually size still newborn, and then
still,
3 to
okay.
6 would be size 1.
So when she was 3 to 6, was she wearing size 1, 3 to 6?
Yes, she was good with her diapers.
Okay, so even though she was petite, she was still growing into the age of.
Very tall.
Okay.
And
even her clothes, like her 2Ts and 4T toddler stuff, was she age appropriate with the sizes that she was growing into?
Yeah, we in fact had to get larger because she was so long.
But they weren't so baggy that they were falling off from her?
No,
Okay.
not until, actually not at all. She finally started to fit them fully when she was maybe a year.
Okay.
And that's when, they didn't.
But now,
Fusari cannot be telling the truth because, as underweight as Mary was near the end of her life, a diaper for that age group would not have stayed around her waist. She was 8 pounds, which would have put her in newborn diapers.
he turned into a chunker for a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. And obviously he grew out of that. And so was he still age appropriate? Or did he kind of go an age or two over where he should have
He
been?
was a tad over.
Okay.
Not in the diaper sense, but I mean, right now he's wearing 3T to 4T diapers, but that's because they're the pull-up ones.
Yeah.
I'm trying to encourage potty training.
Yo, good.
But his clothes right now are 3T.
Oh, so he is over then, yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to be 3 soon, and I just don't want him when he puts his arms up to have his belly out. So
Well, plus you want to buy him once. You want him to last more than a week.
Yeah.
At that age, they're just sprouting out. And so you didn't work. When did you go back to work? About-ish.
February of this past year.
Of this year or 17? This is 2018?
Yes,
So this
2018, and that's when I started working at McDonald's.
Okay. And so
February?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So
17th, actually.
So in October. So from October 23rd to November 23rd, to December to January to February. So basically the first 4 full months, she was fresh from the source breastfed as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And same story, if you went somewhere, she went with you,
Yes.
Seth never had to feed her.
No.
So
And it
for
was
4
winter
months,
anyway.
he never fed her.
No.
Okay.
No way. Not that he couldn't, I just, no.
But why? Yeah, if
Why
you're
would
right
he
there.
have to, yeah.
Mhm.
And it was winter, cuddle time.
So, February 17th, you go back to work. Why did you have to go back to work?
Just to be blunt, just to support the farm.
Yeah. Yep.
Give us some startup money.
Because now you guys used to do farm produce stand, and Seth was saying that just didn't really take off.
Yeah.
So now he's trying to do a U-Pick strawberry thing, and
I was pregnant with Mary, taking Elizabeth and John down to farmers markets 4 times a week from 6 to 3.
oh,
Yeah, it was grueling.
it's exhausting.
Yeah, and having to manage the children and then interact with the customers, and some days were just not, we didn't pay the gas to go down there. So.
I don't blame you.
You Pick strawberries this year took off phenomenally, and we're going to expand that way.
So now is the farm, whose passion is that?
It started out as Seth. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, so I didn't.
Not your passion then.
Not then.
So is it your passion now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is something that Seth wanted, and then you grew to love, or
Yeah.
okay.
That's why I work at McDonald's. I wouldn't otherwise.
No, right. So February 17 rolls around, and at this point, months old. How do you manage feeding them?
Refrigerate bottles.
Okay.
Because I was only doing 4-hour shifts at the time, just so they can see my work ethic. So I would do, I would leave 1 bottle out and then 1 bottle in the fridge. And I would the day and then put her down to bed before I left. And I was at 7 o'clock.
So your shift was
7 to 11.
7 p.m. to 11.
Yeah, for about a month.
So is on a typical day, what time in the morning would be your first feeding with her?
At that time?
At that time.
Maybe 5,
a.m.
3:30, 3:30, and
Okay.
then.
So at
5
3:30
again.
she would wake up,
Mhm.
and would she do a full feeding?
Yes. Although she would fall asleep. So I'd wake her up.
You just keep
make
nudging
sure she was
her.
full, yeah.
And when now typically speaking at 3:30 when you woke her up, would she need a diaper change as well?
No,
Okay,
she
so
wouldn't. Because she was up at midnight before that eating.
so the last feeding for the night would be mid. Well, let's just start at 3:30. That'll give us a good time frame. So at 3:30 there'd be a full feeding, and her diaper was fine. No pee, no poop. She's good.
Yeah, she was fine.
So then, when would be the next feeding?
Between 5 and 6. And that's when I would change her.
And would that be another full feeding?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would change her then, and then
And when you changed her then, it would be due to
urine.
urine.
Mm-hmm. And then the kids would be up too, and then so I'd leave just to be awake with the kids, and
Mhm.
kids would have breakfast while Mary's either eating or sitting in her little bouncy chair looking around, and then
So at 4 months, she could sit in her bouncy chair and look around, and
yes,
okay.
she was always able to hold her head up on her own. But it was a little rocker chair, not a bouncy chair. I'm sorry. So she would lean back in it, and you put batteries in it, and it rocks on
Oh
itself.
yes, yeah. So the next feeding, we have a 5 to 6 time frame. The next feeding would have been when about
8 to 9.
8 to 9.
Yeah, she would feed every 2 hours, on average.
Another full. Every feeding was a full feeding. Was
Yes,
it?
she was. Yes.
If Mary was eating as much as Fusari claims and still losing weight, she should have seen a doctor immediately to check for an underlying medical condition, unless they did not want the child to get better.
And 8 to 9, how was the diaper?
Depending on the day or how much she ate, I would change her poop 3 times a day.
Okay.
That I made note of.
Okay.
So it's hard to give you specifics on an actual day, but if she didn't poop then, the next time there would be a poop. But it was always 1 in the afternoon.
So either this feeding or the next one is typically a poopy diaper.
Yes.
Okay. And the next feeding was, I know you told me, but I'm not good at the math.
Another 2 hours after that.
So you're thinking 11 to
Noonish, because I know
noonish.
she'd eat when the kids would have lunch too.
So noonish.
And then the kids would have their snack around 2, and she'd be eating again.
So I can say that either the 8 to 9 or the noonish feeding was a poopy diaper change.
Yeah. And it was not, I mean, she didn't do solids yet. There wasn't solid poopy yet.
No. And then you said after noonish was, what'd you say? 2?
Around 2, the kids would have their snack. Maybe 2 to 3.
How about the diaper situation on that one?
She just always pee. So every time I got her to to feed her during the day, there was always pee.
So every daytime feeding had a wet diaper?
Yes.
Holy smoly.
Yeah, well, she was eating a lot.
Yeah, she was.
It was just the 3:30, which I was grateful for, that I didn't have to change her diaper at 3:30 in the morning. I wanted to go back to bed.
Right. So then, 5-ish? 5 to 6? Or is this or would there only be one more feeding before you went to work? Or?
Yeah, so around 5, when the kids would have dinner,
Okay.
because I would put the kids down to bed before I left also, and this was in the winter, so it was darker outside,
Yeah.
so they would sleep
Yeah.
earlier in the day. So I'd feed everyone, and then that's bed for the night.
Which would be about?
6:30, because then I'd have to get ready for work. 6:30, kids would go to bed, and there'd be a bottle on the counter, and there'd be one in the fridge, just in case.
First, you'd
While the kids were eating dinner, yeah.
Would you put her to bed? Would she be asleep when you put her to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would feed her to sleep,
Mhm.
and then lay her to bed. Okay.
Yes. And there wouldn't be anything, not even a teddy bear in the bed, not that early.
Okay.
Um,
So,
and she would sleep until maybe midnight. So Seth wouldn't even sometimes need the bottle, so I would just use the bottle so it wouldn't go to waste when I came home.
so if you were already home, then you'd use the bottle.
Yes.
But if you weren't home, Seth would use the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
But what would you do with the one in the fridge then?
I'd use it the next morning.
Okay.
Just for one of my kids. Yeah, at 3:30, when she would get up again, and it was 3:30 clockwork. She knew. I would sleep on the couch because I would just know I'd just be up at 3:30.
So let me just go over this to see if I've got it right. And so actually, I'll start with midnight.
Okay.
So typically, either right before you got home or about the time you got home, there was a feeding.
Yes. I think she just knew Mama was home.
Now, was it always you, or did sometimes Seth feed her prior to you being home?
It was always me.
Okay.
I chose to, and he was very kind about it. He said, "You need your rest." And
Yeah. Really, Seth didn't even need those bottles that were left behind because he didn't.
I remember, no.
Okay.
And she started eating solid food a month after that, and that's when
The stories between Fusari and that the baby was fed by Seth quite often, but he claims that he rarely had to feed her because either Fusari did it herself or Mary would be fussy and refuse the food.
3 to 11 shifts.
Oh, okay.
And that's when she was eating her solid food, so I would grind up, organic vegetables mixed with breast milk.
Yeah.
And he would feed that to her along with some oatmeal.
Okay. So before we get into that, let me just first make sure this timeline's all right.
Okay.
So at midnight, you would feed Mary. At 3:30 in the morning, she would wake you up crying.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd get up and you'd feed her again. Her diaper was fine because at midnight you changed her diaper.
Yes.
Was that poopy or?
Most likely it was her
Okay.
poop, because she was sleeping for 4 hours before that.
Yep. So then at 3:30, full feeding, diaper's fine.
Mm-hmm.
5 a.m. full feeding, probably a wet diaper.
Yeah.
8 to 9 full feeding, maybe a poopy diaper. Noonish full feeding. If the other diaper wasn't poopy, this one was.
Yes.
2 to 3 full feeding, wet diaper. 6:30, just prior to you going to work, you'd feed. Lay her in bed, and then you're off to work.
Mm-hmm.
And then home by midnight, we'd start the thing over again.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you see those habits changed at some point.
At about 6 months.
At 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So at 6 months, did your hours change? Is that why these habits changed, or did they change because or a combination of both?
It could have been a combination of both, because she was growing and she was eating more, and we were encouraging the solid food so she can gain more weight.
So when she was growing, so now at 6 months, was she wearing 6T? Was she wearing age-appropriate size diapers?
Lengthwise. She wasn't filling them out widthwise. So she was wearing her 3 to 6 month clothes.
And how do you feel about weight size? Was she okay, or was she?
I was a tad concerned, but then I remembered, I'm a mom, so I'll just worry about anything.
Sure.
But then I remembered Elizabeth and how petite she was then, and how she would fill in lengthwise, but not widthwise until she was about a year.
So what was your tad concern? What was that? Was she just not gaining enough weight, or was that the concern?
It was possibly, it was just, I think what got to me was seeing like other babies just so chunky and always hearing like, oh, she's so small. And I was like, yes, she's premature, she's petite.
Mm-hmm.
Leave her alone.
Yeah,
you know, and
yeah.
then also I forget like all these babies are formula fed, and there's nothing against formula. Sometimes mothers need to do it, but the formula is what chunks up the baby quickly. And I just didn't do that. So then I got it out of my head. It was just a little.
So you had a little bit of a concern due to her weight, but not her length. But you weren't overly concerned. You got it out of your head because you realized that she's fine.
I was being a little vain, I suppose.
Well, we all can do that.
As with adults, babies can vary in body shape, although at that age the difference is slight. As emaciated as Mary was would be cause for alarm for any parent who cared about the well-being of their child.
So at 6 months, other than a little bit underweight, you considered her to be appropriate size.
Yes, and
Okay.
developmentally as well. I mean, she was.
And she was doing real well developmentally.
Yeah, she was already putting her hands on the floor and just looking around. We have a play mat, and we give her tummy time.
Mm-hmm.
So especially on days where I have off, we'll just be playing all day, tummy time. And she'll be on her stomach, and she'll have her head up, looking around, watching the other kids play, or have table time, just where they do their schoolwork. The cats would cuddle with her, which is adorable. She'd roll over on her back, and there's like a little balcony. It's called, looks like a rainbow, but it's over the head of the baby, and she can.
Oh, I have no things to dingle with.
Yeah, she reaches her arms up, and she'll grab at them and pull them down. And
This is another difference between Fusari's statement and Welch's. He said that Mary would often sleep and was a fairly quiet child, but Fusari describes her as active. In reality, Mary would not have the strength or energy to pull herself up.
like giggle at the sounds. Like she was interactive.
Okay. So you felt that she was developing good at that point.
Yes.
And you're educated in this area, so
I am.
if there's anyone that should know, it would be you. I mean,
I
probably
believe so.
better than us two.
I'd like to think so. Paid for all that education, it should help, right?
So, because you're educated in early childhood development, is that what you said?
Yes.
So, and where's that education through?
It started out at City College of New York,
Okay.
and my credits transferred to Grand Rapids Community College.
Okay. So then, all right. So now we're into the 6 month, and your hours changed to what?
3 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 o'clock in the evening.
And so I know this is boring, but let's go over the new day schedule now because of the change of hours and the change. At 6 months, have you done a diet change?
Fruit, mashed up fruit, vegetables mixed with breast milk. So the vegetables include whatever we were growing, which were peas, spinach. We got organic carrots from the store. That was a little fibrous, so I mixed it in with some peas. The fruits were blueberries, strawberries, apples, raspberries. She liked raspberries.
So when you mix it in with breast milk, explain what do you mean by that?
Oh, so I would pump some milk in a bottle, and then we have a juicer or a blender. So I would blend the vegetables. So for example, let's do spinach.
Okay.
I blend the spinach in there with a little water, and then I pour the breast milk in there just so it was easy for her to swallow, like oatmeal.
So then she eat it with a spoon or out of a bottle?
A spoon.
Okay.
It was solid enough for either Seth or I to feed her with a spoon.
So now at 6 months old, was she using a bottle at all anymore?
No, she didn't need to. She was still nursing.
She was still nursing?
Yes.
Okay. So then let's do this then. Let's talk about, let's go over like the daily routine of that, of nursing and feeding. So if we would say that the day starts at midnight.
Okay.
Or no, how?
She was sleeping through the night at this point.
She was?
Yes.
Okay. So what, in the morning time, what would be your first feeding?
Between 7 and 8. Because the kids would wake up at that time as well, and I think they woke her up.
So between 7 and 8, she would awake, and you would feed,
I would nurse her then.
Nurse?
So I'd give the kids their breakfast, and then I'd sit down
And probably a little bit longer now, maybe? Or-
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay.
She would sit there and chug, and it would take both breasts to
Okay.
fill her up.
What, and at that feeding, was it just breast milk?
In the morning, yeah.
And how about diaper?
In the morning, oh yes, because she slept all night. It was typically a poop,
Okay.
but if not, it'd be a pee, of course. But it was most likely a poop.
And then when was the next feeding after the 7 o'clock one?
She still would eat every 2 to 3 hours.
She did. Okay.
But the next feeding after that, so let's say if it was 7 to 8, the first one will do 11.
Okay.
And that's when it was solid food. So I'd start with the nursing, and then I'd give her solid food after that.
Solid, the solid smoothie you just explained.
Yes.
Okay.
And it would be vegetable first, and then we'd give her fruit. Because if she had the fruit first, she didn't eat the vegetable.
So the veggies were mixed with breast milk?
And the fruit wasn't.
And the fruit was not. The
No.
fruit was just the smoothie.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you mix the veggies with the breast milk? What was the purpose? I'm just curious.
The veggie gets a little gritty.
Oh, okay.
So with the breast milk, it helps it go down easier. Not so chunky.
And how much of that would she typically eat?
About 4 to 6 ounces.
Of
And
each one or combined?
Of each one. And that was even after about a half hour or 40 minutes of nursing.
If Mary was being fed that quantity of food as frequently as Fusari has said, then she would have been several pounds heavier.
Oh, so you would nurse her at 11 too?
Yes. I nursed her every chance I got, getting solid foods and, WebMD recommended and just.
So then 11, actually, the first thing you do is nurse her.
Yeah.
Then you'd feed her the veggie smoothie with breast milk. Then you'd feed her the fruit smoothie with just a little bit of water blended with it, or just fruit?
It depends on the fruit. If it was
Okay.
apple, I'd have to do water with it. Strawberries didn't need it.
Okay.
If I did strawberry and apple, I didn't need it. It just depended.
In the vegetables was 4 to 6 ounces, and the fruit was 4 to 6 ounces. And so then after that, what would be the next feeding?
Another 2 or 3 hours after that.
Okay, so
It was whenever she asked for it, really.
Okay.
So like sometimes it would be because we'd be outside, so we'd be weeding or just playing outside.
Did she come out with you when you were outside?
Yes.
Okay.
She loved
What
it.
did she do?
She'd sit in her stroller.
Okay.
She
All right.
liked to laugh at the birds and
Yeah.
just, and then she'll start to
That's when you like, I'm hungry.
Are you hungry? Huh?
So, but you would have to say that, and I know that obviously that none of us eat lunch exact same time every day, but so 1 to 2 p.m. You're feeding her again.
Yeah.
And that consisted of
The same thing.
nursing for a half hour.
Yes. Nursing first. And sometimes I wouldn't do it that long just because we have work to do outside.
Yeah.
So I nursed for a little bit just to appease her so she'd stop crying.
Yeah.
And then I'd sit her in her high chair and feed her her food.
So on the 1 to 2, you might have cut back the nursing a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she'd have the same amount of solid, but that would be enough for her.
Yep, 4 to 6 of each then as well.
Yes. And then I put her down for a nap.
Yeah. And so let me back up at the 11 o'clock feeding. Well, at the 7 to 8, I'm sorry, at the 11 o'clock feeding, was there a diaper change?
Yeah.
And was that, because I know the 7 o'clock one we had usually a poopy diaper.
No, there was just urine.
Okay.
She would poop again after her nap.
So the 1 to, after the nap. So the 1 to 2 was a diaper change?
Yeah.
Just urine?
Okay.
Okay.
And then after that feeding,
So nap was about when to when?
because she hasn't napped for the day, it'd probably be about 3 or 4 hours.
So maybe, let's just say, whatever, 2 to 5, 2 to 6?
Actually, yeah, because then she'd get up and it'd be dinner time for her and the kids and for mom and dad, so she was good on
So was she usually up by 5, 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Something there? Okay.
time for dinner.
And then when she woke up, she wake up hungry right away?
Yeah. I mean, I assumed because she would latch on quickly. And I'm sure she refused if she wasn't.
So when she woke up, you would be feeding her 5, 6 o'clock.
After I changed her poop.
All right, change poopy diaper. All right, now, at this point, are you getting a little more solid poopy diapers or still running poopy?
Yeah, there's more solid because she's been eating the chunkier food.
All right. And so based in your opinion of what you're seeing in her diaper, she's digesting her food just fine. Everything.
If it was still runny, I'd be concerned. If there was no poop at all, I'd be concerned.
Yeah. Okay.
The color comes out fine. I mean, it's brown.
Okay. More solid, good color. So, woke up hungry. So that's a nursing?
Yeah.
Is that a full, or we're cutting that one back a little too, or?
For dinner.
Dinner.
Yeah, I would cut it back a little too because I also have to get dinner ready for everyone else. So I'd nurse her for a little bit, tell the kids to clear the table, help Dad set the table, and then nurse her while they were doing that, and then we'd have dinner.
So that nursing would be how long-ish?
Maybe like 20 minutes, just enough to appease her.
Yeah.
And then she'd have maybe an ounce more of the solid food.
So 5 to 7?
Roughly, sure. Just because I didn't nurse her as much as I would have.
And is that on both again? So 5 to 7 vegetables, 5 to 7 fruit?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I have to give her some variety.
All right, and so that is the 5 to 6 time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So where do we go from there?
Then, after everyone's eaten, the kids clear the table, and they either help Dad with dishes, or clear the counter, or put the food away in the containers. Meanwhile, Rocker just watching everyone, or we have a striped kitty. We have 3 kittens, and they were born the 19th of October, and Mary was born the 23rd. So yeah. Yeah. So the striped one likes to cuddle with Mary in her rocker chair.
The detectives allow Fusari to keep describing Mary's activities, knowing full well that nothing she is saying matches the forensics.
Oh,
so she
gets right up in there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Really cute. We have pictures.
Yeah.
And he would just sit there right on her, by her feet, and just rock with her and fall asleep. And she wouldn't usually fall asleep. There was just so much going on with the kids. So she would just watch and just make little noises. And
so, obviously the same with all of us, with the pictures and stuff. So, like, you have pictures of Mary, like, in her rocker, sitting upright, all that kind of stuff. And are those on your phone, on a camera, on a Google Drive?
They're on my phone.
On your phone, okay. We didn't grab that, though, right? You
no,
didn't take that? Okay.
I wasn't even sure where it was. I'm not on it very much. It's just like sit down.
Use it as a camera, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, sits on the rocker. Everyone else is cleaning up and doing our normal nightly routines. So then, what's next?
So then, getting exhausted. She said she usually has adventurous days.
Yeah.
So I maybe around 7-ish, 7 to 8, always depends, obviously. So I'm giving you a broad hour.
Yep.
I put her down for bed. So I'd nurse her maybe 10 minutes just to put her to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So if I put her straight to bed without nursing, she'll get a little fussy.
Mm-hmm.
So I just put her I nurse her, burp her, and then check just to make sure she needs to be changed. She's dry, place her down. And then I close the door, and then the kids will have their bath and put their PJs on, and then they go to bed.
So you nurse, burp her, check her over. So now that feeding, no solid foods?
No, that was,
so that's just a quick 10-minute nursing off of that.
And that was like an hour after dinner. She's already eaten so much.
Yep.
Just to kind of knock her out.
So then that takes us again then back to 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Then we start the day over.
Yep. She would sleep all night. So that was quite a blessing for me.
And has that routine ever changed, or has that the routine that you were still on?
That routine remained consistent until she started going through her growth spurt, which has been recently, where she, actually, now that I think about it, a few weeks after that, she was going through her 6-month growth spurt.
Okay.
And she would sleep so much, and
So when you say it's growth spurt, did she get much longer?
Yes,
did she
much fuller.
So she got chubbier?
Her cheeks did.
Okay.
And she was filling into her clothes better. I mean, I was excited to put her in a new outfit.
So when you say her cheeks got chubbier, would you then describe her cheeks if you were to look at her as baby and say, she got chubby cheeks, or just chubbier than they once were?
Chubbier than they once were.
Okay. And she got longer.
Yeah.
And so she was born at 20 inches.
Mm-hmm.
What did you, I don't know if you measured or not, but what would be your ballpark as what she sprouted out to?
Maybe another 2 inches.
Okay. So was that the first time she grew?
No, there was a 3-month period, but that was just, she was an infant, she was sleeping a lot anyway, so it wasn't very noticeable, but because she was barely sleeping through the day at this point and sleeping through the night. We noticed that she was sleeping a lot longer during the day, waking up later, and she'd take longer. So just great.
Yeah.
And then
So-
that phase ended.
So when do you weigh and measure your kids on a regular basis?
No. When
okay.
she'd come and do checkups for the kids.
When was and so then after the 3-month checkup, do you guys have a routine that you do to check up on the kids, or just as needed if they're sick, if they're not sick?
It's as needed. I do have although I did have a weight blanket, and it was I had a little scale, and there were like grommets on the end of the blanket that you hook onto the scale. So I could hook, but
What's the most you ever had her weighing that you can recall?
12 pounds, 14 pounds, but it was a while ago because the cat got to it.
Okay, so she weighed 14 pounds at about what age?
6 months.
6 months. Okay. And that was during, before, or after this
Before
growth?
the growth spurt.
Oh, so.
Even family members tried to tell Fusari and Welch that there wasn't something right about Mary's weight, but the couple refused to listen.
14 pounds before the growth spurt, so you would, as a mom, what would you guess her weight that she would have gained?
After the growth spurt,
Yeah.
maybe another 4 pounds.
So
Maybe
7.
not even. Let's go with 2.
2. And again, I'm just asking you to guess things that you don't know. I'm
Yeah.
really here nor there, but I'm just wanting to know just the kind of ballpark as of what you think at least. So you would guess her to weigh 16 pounds at the conclusion of her growth spurt.
Yeah, she definitely felt like it.
Okay. And so you say she started sleeping more just after this routine started.
Yeah. And that was only for about a week, and then I suppose, ended her growth spurt and then went back to her regular routine.
She slept more for 1 week. And when you say she slept more for 1 week, what do you mean by that? She slept from when to when?
For example, if I put her down at 7, she wouldn't get up until 10. And her naps would be, instead of 2 hours, 4. She's had a 6-hour nap before during this growth spurt.
Mary was sleeping for long periods because she was malnourished, and her body was struggling to conserve energy.
And I would always just check. But
How would you check her?
The door I don't close all the way. There's also a hole in the door that I put there because I'm not very savvy with tools, and I hit the door with a hammer. So there's a big hammer hole there. So I use it as the peephole.
Good idea.
I also don't close the door fully just because the humidity swells the doors, and I don't want it to lock shut.
Yeah.
So it's closed, but not completely. So I'll push it a little, and every time I push it, she won't wake up, but she'll jerk. So I'll see movement, and then I'll peek at her, and I'll see her movement.
You can see like a little bit of a flash.
Yeah. And then she also has a little music player that shone like blue light, so I could see her face, and I could see her breathing. And
So, did you do that with all your kids? Okay.
Yeah.
Were all your kids in the same bedroom?
when they were infants, yeah.
Okay. Did they all sleep in the same crib?
Yeah.
Okay. And so did that crib ever get removed out of that bedroom, or is that crib always there?
No, it was removed because he was an infant in that room with that crib, and they removed it to put his big boy bed in there.
So for at about her 6-month mark, which would have been February, March, April, so in April-ish, she had 1 week of sleeping a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. But then after that 1 week, she went back to the basic schedule that we just discussed. Yeah. And did her schedule ever change again?
Not until recently, in which I thought she was going through her 9-month growth spurt. She was sleeping a lot lately.
So recently, her schedule changed again. And when you say recently, about when-ish was that?
3 days ago.
Oh, 3 days ago. Okay. So 3 days ago, what happened then?
We would.
So today is Thursday. So Tuesday, was it Monday? Tuesday. You remember what day that you would specifically remember it changing, or you don't have a specific recollection of it?
I don't. But I know I didn't have work. We can say Tuesday. Yeah.
Tuesday?
Tuesday sounds fine. Yeah,
So tell me what you noticed.
she got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. You were so tired, weren't you?
And she went to bed when? The night before that?
7 o'clock.
Okay. So she got up at 09 after going to bed at 7.
Mm-hmm. And it just reminded me of when she was 6 months old. It seemed consistent. Then she would eat like crazy, and then she would doze off again, like she was ready for bed immediately after eating. So I just, okay, it's consistent with the other children and with her 6-month-old growth spurt. So I put her down, and she'd sleep for about 3 hours, get up again, eat, and it seemed like she wanted to go to bed, but I kept her up, and she hung out and was interactive, smiling. But then she'd start to fuss because she wanted to go back to bed. She was very tired, and she only likes to sleep in her bed. She'll sleep in the car or the truck. But
So 3 days ago, did things happen enough that we could establish the routine? Was she on a 3-day routine? Like we just established 2 different routines that she was on.
Mm-hmm.
Did she have a routine the last 3 days? Or
no, it was a bit erratic. Because I would try and keep her up just because I was worried that she was sleeping so much.
Mm-hmm.
But when she wanted to sleep, she wanted to sleep.
Was she eating?
Yes, very well. And the Sunday before last, we went to Golden Corral, and she just feasted. She really liked the marshmallow sweet potatoes.
So you thought this was a growth spurt, and is that because you noticed her growing again?
Yes, and I remembered with my other 2 children in this.
Fusari is trying to make them believe Mary's weight was normal until fairly recently. But according to witnesses, this was not the case.
So at 6 months, we were...
Yeah.
And so at this 9-month growth spurt, how much were you guessing her at then?
Maybe 20.
Okay. And when was the last time that you thought she was 20 pounds?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. And yesterday, when you thought she was 20 pounds, how long would you have guessed her to be?
Her legs would wrap around my waist. She's quite long.
Because she was born at 20 inches, right?
Mm-hmm. So her head here, and she would just wrap around the side there. So 26 inches maybe.
Okay.
Quite long.
So these last 3 days that she was going through a growing spurt, you were off from work Tuesday, and that's the first day that you noticed that?
Yes. And then I went to work yesterday. I had work. And she does have a different schedule when I go to work. If you need to make note of that.
Yes. What's that?
So in the morning she gets up at 7, along with the other children. Breakfast for her and for everyone. And nursing for about a half hour while the kids ate, and then oatmeal. Oatmeal with maybe some maple syrup in it, or oatmeal with strawberries in it.
Oatmeal or oatmeal mixed in a bottle? Okay.
Nice and chunky for her.
Okay.
And then I'd keep her up, and she would be awake until I had to go to work. So she'd be awake, then it was time to go outside and help Daddy with the fields. And we'd do weeding, or I'd sit Mary in her stroller, and she'd just sit and watch the ducks and just laugh at them.
So you didn't work, was it 7 that you started?
I'm sorry, what?
You start your day again, was it 7 o'clock that you started
In the
your day?
morning, yep.
No, I'm sorry, your work day, on your days of work, what time did you start?
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
3 p.m. So you'd keep her awake from 7 till 3?
To 2:30.
Till 2:30.
Yeah.
And so during that time that she was kept awake, how many other meals did she have?
About 4, possibly, yeah.
So
one of them was
one,
just nursing.
Well, the 7 o'clock one was breakfast. It was nursing for 30 minutes, oatmeal, some maple syrup, or fruit, whatever you had around. So when would the next meal then be on this routine day?
Oh, probably about when the kids would usually want a snack around 9. So it would be then. She eats maybe 9:30, 10. And that was when it'd be quiet time for the kids. So the kids would go in their room and they could read, they could sit in their bed quietly. And that's Mama an entire hour.
Okay.
And then if the kids were getting too restless, then, oh, time to go back outside. Or they'd have to clean their room. Just depends.
Yeah.
But for yesterday, the kids, we went back outside. It was just so nice out. She likes it keeps her quiet if you go for walks in the stroller. So we just went up and down the driveway. We checked the mail. We picked up garbage. The wind will blow garbage from other places sometimes. Helped Daddy with the weeding. We cut some weeds for the goat, and then that's another couple hours, and then it'd be about maybe 2:15. Or no, I'm sorry, it'd be about 1:30.
So the last time she would have ate would have been 1:30 yesterday in the afternoon?
No, I'd feed her again at 1:30, and then.
Fusari is told the first lie, which leaves no room for the possibility that she is mistaken. The autopsy revealed that Mary had not been fed in the last several days.
What was that feeding?
Nursing and some oatmeal.
How long was that nursing?
The nursing was about 20 minutes. The oatmeal took longer because she was about 8 ounces of oatmeal. And then I would, I think the kids were still outside. Resting my feet before work because I'm just standing for 8 hours.
That was at 1:30?
Yeah. So then, 2:30 was when Mary would finish eating. So 2:30 was the end of it, and that's when I would change her diaper again and put her down.
Mm-hmm. Poopy diaper.
Yesterday morning, when I got her up for the day.
Have you noticed a decline in poopy diapers?
No. No, not at all. So this is such a surprise to me. I mean, this morning, when I got her up, she had spit up, and I just...
So yesterday morning, when you got her up at 7, she had spit up?
No, this morning.
Oh, this morning.
At 9, when I got her up, when I tried to get her up.
Yeah.
I thought maybe she choked on her spit, and that's why.
What color was her spit up?
It was foamy and brown. So I thought maybe it was the oatmeal and the fruit mixed in there.
So where was the spit up at?
The side of her mouth, the side of her face.
And was that, did you think, I don't know, was it food? Was it blood?
No, it wasn't blood.
It was not blood.
No,
Was she have any kind of vomiting of blood or anything like that?
No, never.
Okay.
We would have taken to a doctor
Well,
if
sure.
that
Yeah.
ever happened.
So you were certain it was food?
Yes, because that's what.
And it was on the side, it was on what side of her face?
Her right side.
Her right side, okay. And then that's when you noticed that she was unresponsive. Was
Yeah.
this morning when you saw that? And what happened next?
Excuse me. Her eyes were open.
Did anything else look strange other than obviously just stood up and that her eyes were open? Or other than that, did she look as usual?
It's just cold.
Okay.
So I went in to get Seth. And it's an emergency, and he's like, and I was just so shocked, and he reminded me I knew CPR, and he told me to start. So I took her from the bed and I put her on her changing table, and I started CPR, and I did the 2-finger touch on the chest. Because if you use your whole hand, you could break ribs, and I didn't want to do that, that's for sure.
I know this is tough.
So I did a 2-finger touch on her chest and her back, and I wiped her mouth, and I did.
So you did this on her on the kitchen table?
No, the changing table.
On the changing table in the bedroom.
Yes.
So you said you did it on her mouth and then you wiped her mouth.
I wiped her mouth first because it was the spit up. And now that I think about it, I think it was banana and oatmeal. You know when banana's been sitting out and it's very ripe?
Oh, yeah.
It gets that like brownish color.
Yeah.
But banana's very sweet, and she eats the oatmeal better with it.
So what did you wipe her mouth with?
A baby wipe, a lavender scented baby wipe.
Okay. And then you did what with that?
I threw it in the garbage.
Okay.
Well, not immediately. No, I just wiped her and put it to the side,
Just wiped her into it? No. Yeah.
right next on the changing table.
And then you picked her up out of the bed.
Yes. And then I put her on the changing table, and then when I was pumping her chest, there was like bubbles, bubbles coming out of her mouth. So I thought maybe that's why I thought she choked. And then maybe if I kept pumping, like it would, like maybe it would come out, and then she'd like cough and wake up. So I just kept wiping the bubbles, and I was giving her air and giving her pumping with my finger, just my two fingers. Maybe I should have done more.
Nope, you were doing it right.
And she was still so cold, and I think maybe 10 minutes. I don't. It's so hard to gauge time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's not with me the whole time, and he's just asking me, is she dead? Is she gone? While he's crying, just asking me, is she gone? And it's just so hard to say yes. And I just said yes. She's just unresponsive. And then we had no idea what to do then at all. Like, what do we do? And so he called his parents. Or he called his dad first, excuse me. And
Rather than immediately calling 911, Fusarian Welch called his parents.
his dad said, okay, your mom and I are on our way. Call the police. Let them know what happened, and we'll try and get there before they do. And then we just spent the entire time on the couch waiting and crying. We did sleep. It was just, my mother-in-law doesn't like dirty houses. We just swept the floor for her, but I don't know why. Wow. Who cares? Why would we?
So this morning you found her about 9 o'clock. And is that what time you woke up?
No, I woke up at around 7. The kids are very consistent with their wake-up time at 7.
And she's always up at 7.
Yes. Except when she's going through her growth spurt, she'll sleep into about 9 or 10.
Okay.
Which is why I went to check in on her at 9, and I wondered why she wasn't up yet.
Okay.
But last night when I came home, I opened the door just a tad so it could make that noise. And it's her.
Yesterday you finished feeding her at 2:30.
Yeah.
And you put her to bed at 2:30. And that was the last time you saw her because you went to work then.
Yeah.
Okay. But then you came home at 11:30. And when you opened the door, you saw movement from her. You're certain you saw movement?
Absolutely.
From her? Okay.
Yes. Or else I would have said.
So,
Did you go any further into that room other than just looking through the door?
No.
The crack in the door?
I did not.
Was it the hole in the door or the crack in the door that you looked at?
It was a hole in the door. I didn't open the door completely. I just pushed it enough so it would make the noise. It's a very old, creaky door. So I pushed it enough. It makes the noise. It doesn't open the door completely. And she nudges because she hears it. And I just peek at her. I see her moving. And she's...
When you say that you saw her moving, how did you see her move? Can you describe that?
She was laying on her back still. Her blanket wasn't kicked off, and I only wrapped it right around the knees down to her feet to keep her feet warm. And she had her polar bear, but she likes to play with her polar bear before she goes to bed, so she kicked it off to the side. She was laying on her back. Her head was turned to the left side a bit. So when I pushed the door open, she jerked her arm a little and turned her head. So I could see that her eyes were so closed. She was squinting a bit, and then okay, and that's what she does.
And what time would that have been?
Around 11:30, 11:45, like we'll just say 11:30.
Mary had already been dead for some time, and it is doubtful that Fusari checked on her. She knows that telling the detectives how many hours had passed since she truly checked on Mary would not make her look good, and she is hoping to pass herself off as a caring mother.
I came home, I was still in my uniform. I came home and I brought lemonade home and a burger, and I just set it down at the table and I looked inside, and I did that, and then she was fine. And then And then I went into the room with Seth.
So but she went to bed at 3. Wouldn't it be odd? Wouldn't it be odd, like for Seth, that she's still in bed when he went to bed? 'Cause she's in bed at. I mean, she went to sleep at 2:30.
She's done this before, and so have our other kids, which is why we thought if she's sleeping, we're gonna let her sleep.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that, but you saw her and we saw her, and she's tiny.
Tatiana, we're all parents in this room, okay? And we all need to be honest. You remember in the car when I first talked with you, and I told you that at the end of the day, we all need to know exactly right, okay? So we need to tell her story, okay? And I want you to think about this for a minute. I want you to think for a second and put yourself in our shoes. You're the police officer. You're the police detective. You get called out to that home today. You get called to my home or his home today, okay? You, the police officer. And then you have to go into that house and you have to look at that precious little angel, okay? Do you think she was healthy, honestly?
When you look at her size, and you can see every single bone in her body, do you think she was healthy?
We know this isn't easy, Tatiana, but we need to know what happened to her. What was going on?
So when did she start losing all that weight?
For the past 2 days.
But she's lost so much weight that you can't lose that much in 2 days.
Fusari's silence when asked if she believed that Mary was healthy is telling. It is obvious that she knew that the child was dying. She tries to tell them that Mary lost weight in the last few days, but they point out that it would have been impossible to lose that much that quickly.
I've never seen a child that skinny. Never. And here's the thing. You're obviously a very concerned mom, but at what point did you know, what point did you think something was wrong? Because I know that you knew something, or you thought something wrong. You are an intelligent, educated woman. And at some point, you felt something was wrong.
Not until she told me. I had so much, maybe it was just delusional hope that she was getting bigger and our cheeks were getting fuller and she was just so happy and playful.
In his interview, Welsh also insists that he thought Mary was starting to gain weight.
And then just these past couple days.
So at what point did she can't even weigh 8 pounds right now. She doesn't weigh 8 pounds. When's the last time that you actually inspected her, that you looked at her? Tell me the truth.
Every time when I changed her, and I think I just may have been just so blinded, and I just...
What were you blinded by? Because I know, listen, you are an intelligent, articulate, college-educated, early childhood development. You know when you look at someone that something's wrong. I have a picture of her right here. I'm prepared to show you that tells you no medical treatment. As dumb as I am, I'm not near as intelligent as you. I can't speak the words you can speak. I am not you. And even I can look at this photo and I can say, whoa, something's wrong. It put tears in our eyes when we walked in there. It was that obvious.
Tatiana, I'm going to be quite honest with you right now, okay? One parent to another, right? And I'm going to try and control my emotions, all right? I've been to a child death investigator school, and I've seen photos and images of children that have been malnourished. And I'm telling you right now, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh, no, really?
Yes.
Oh.
You clearly need help too, though.
You're going to be dealing with this. This is baggage. This is something that... But all I want to know is what stopped you from seeking help? You knew something was wrong. What stopped you? Tell us the truth.
I mean, are you guys that financially strapped? I mean, what is it? Do you not believe in health care? Do you have religious beliefs? I mean, what is it?
We do have religious beliefs, and we were praying about it, and we have faith that
When did you start praying about it?
I mean, when she was born, but consistently and heavily the past 4 days.
So 3-4 days ago, you started praying. What were your prayers?
Please help her gain weight. Please, she's eating wise and it's sticking. She ate so much.
But so why
didn't it stick?
Not unusual for a case like this. Fusari and Welsh only seem to have religious beliefs when it gets them out of things they don't wish to do, such as vaccinate their children or have them receive health care.
I have a strong faith as well, a very strong faith, and I think God answers prayers. I'm with you on that. I also think God puts people in places to help people, but we all have our own beliefs. But here's what I'm saying is that you guys knew enough was wrong to start heavily and consistently praying. Why didn't we seek help? You knew.
I just didn't.
No.
Say anything to Seth.
Seth had to know. He doesn't ever hold her?
Yes, but he was also very faithful and trusting God and trusted that it would be okay, and didn't think we needed to bring her to a doctor.
We knew.
How long did you know this?
What the condition? It doesn't happen in 3 days. It doesn't happen in 4 days.
I think I just deluded myself. I just didn't want to believe that.
So when did you delude yourself? When did you start? When did this condition start?
I think within a month it started to become, I was a bit up and down. Her cheeks would be full and bright, and then a couple days later she would look ill or hungry, and then we're not hungry, just her cheeks wouldn't be as full as they were.
Shrunken then?
Yeah, and then...
So when did you notice that she had all her bones showing?
About a month.
About a month ago.
Let me ask you this. When was the last time you bathed her?
Maybe 2 weeks ago.
So about a month ago, you noticed that her bones are all showing, right? And so, is that when you started heavily praying?
No, it was the past few days, because about a month ago it would be full, and then 2 days later it would be sunken in, but then within the day it'd be full again. But then the past few days it wouldn't fill up as quickly as it did.
But listen, here's what I'm saying, Mary. Listen, I get that, but her legs were as small as my pointer finger. So that didn't happen in 3 days.
No.
And I know that you know that, and I know that you wanted to get her help, but I'm trying to just figure out, when did this happen? I understand that maybe you started seeing some kind of symptoms a month ago, but when did she consistently lose all of this weight? When did she consistently become skin and bones?
I think it was within the month. Because she was always just so thin. And
Fusari has walked back her earlier statement and says that Mary's condition had deteriorated over the last month rather than the last 3 days. This begs the question of why she didn't realize that Mary needed to go to the hospital.
So within a month, so then why, when we had a month to look at her like this, why didn't we get help?
we thought she'd get better without getting help.
How did you think she was going to get better?
By feeding her and being with her.
Was she really truly eating the way that you were telling us?
Yes.
Because if you want, he has a photo of her, and if you want to see it, I mean, I'm pretty sure that I explained this to both you and Seth when you were in my car with me. There's going to be an autopsy done, okay? And there was a person from the medical examiner's office at the house, okay?
So we're gonna know all this, what we're saying.
Yeah.
And you're not a bad person. We get all this, and we get that there's a dynamic here that we're trying to figure out. There is a dynamic here, and I'm gonna tell you, I know it. I know there's a dynamic, and I feel that you wanted to get her help. I'm trying to just figure out why you didn't. What's the dynamic? What am I missing? Because you can't tell me that this Brooklyn, New York, this New York college, city college educated, Grand Rapids Community College, early childhood person didn't know that this girl needed help, but something stopped her. I'm trying to figure out what it is. What stood between you and help?
I think that I was worried about another CPS call from the doctors, and I thought that Mary would get better and it would be okay.
But at what point did you get better?
About 2 days ago. No, 3 days. 2 days.
So 2-3 days ago, you thought she wasn't going to get better. So then why didn't we call then? What?
Because I thought that I was being doubtful, and
You thought you were being doubtful of Christ?
Yes. I thought I was lessening in my faith, and I just...
Is that...
Fusari will not even look at the detective, a sign that she is lying, and using this as an excuse for her actions.
What Seth thought, Joe?
That I was being doubtful.
No, I want to know, out of you two, which one of you wanted to go to take her to the doctor?
I know he didn't, and I didn't for a long time, until recently it just became a little thought in my head that maybe we should, and then I was worried about CPS and about just losing faith.
You can almost see in Fusari's eyes the moment when she chooses to start throwing Welch under the bus by saying that she is the one who wanted Mary to see a doctor, but he prevented her from going.
We've had issues with CPS before, and I just didn't want to lose this kid.
So you thought you were losing faith by thinking you needed to go to the doctor?
That I wasn't having faith in God to fix this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel stupid about it now.
That's what we're trying to figure out. Do you think? And I'm not ridiculing this. I just want to know. Do you guys think that God doesn't want us to use doctors?
No.
So do you think God puts people in places to help us?
Yes, I do. I believe that for sure.
And you think doctors could be those people? So, all still, I get what you're saying, but this is what I'm telling you. 2 days ago, I could have looked at this child and I could have said, this child has hours to live. 2 days ago, I could have looked at this child and I probably would have thought this child has minutes to live. 2 days ago, if I'd have seen this child in your hands, being a stranger at Myra, I'd have snatched this child out of your hands and faced the consequences. That's what I'm trying to reason with, is that but you didn't receive the help, and you knew that 2 days ago, you just said that she was probably, what'd you say, beyond help, or whatever it was 2 days ago. So what?
It's not beyond help.
At what point in this illness did you think there's a good chance she's going to die?
I didn't think at all that she was going to die.
How could you not think that?
Delusional. I don't have a reason why I couldn't think that. I was just being such a hopeful mom. I suppose I don't have a good reason for you. I'm sorry.
What was your conversations like with Seth?
You said a minute ago that you knew that he didn't want to go to a doctor.
Yeah, because we discussed it before. That we just
discussed her conditions?
Yes.
When was the first time you guys discussed that?
Maybe a month ago.
So a month ago is when. What did you notice a month ago? Because I'm certain you're the one, because you said that Seth didn't want to go. So obviously you're the one that brought up needing to go to the doctor. What did you notice a month ago?
That she was almost 9 months old and just wasn't filling into her clothing like she should, and we talked about it, and you just have faith, and we'll keep feeding her like we do, and keep nursing her, and keep her active, and she'll get there. It's okay, she'll get there.
But let me ask you something. If Seth told you that God told him to sacrifice one of your children, would you do it?
No.
That's what I'm saying, though.
By using an extreme example, the detective forces Fusari to face the fact that her excuse doesn't hold water and that she is trying to use a false claim of religious conviction to absolve her of any guilt in Mary's death.
That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. How many conversations did you have with Seth about this?
Not very many. Maybe 2 at most, just because we didn't want to worry about it. We trusted God, and
Would he get angry talking about it?
no, I think he'd be very sure.
What would happen? How would he react if you took her to the doctor anyway?
I'm not sure. Something like that has never happened.
I'm just asking you to speculate.
I think he would just be concerned that CPS would be called, but not angry. Just say, okay, just know that you took her to the doctor. Expect CPS to come to the house.
He's not an angry type person.
No.
How is he as far as emotional goes?
He's not afraid to cry. I'll just say that.
Does he cry a lot? Would you say that he wears his emotions on his sleeve?
I suppose. I mean, when we were going through our marriage, the beginning of it, and he was very expressive about how about his feelings and how he would like to be treated and how I wasn't, treating him well, and then in return told me he realized that he wasn't being a respectful husband and wasn't treating me well either. So he's very intuitive and he was expressive, which is rare, I suppose.
So today at 9 o'clock, you found Mary deceased. What time were we called?
I don't know.
I think it was.
Was it 11?
Yeah, it was like a long time. Why?
We called my in-laws first, and
The time that the sheriff's department was called to respond to your house was at 12:06.
That's when they came, or that's when they were called?
That's when 911 was called.
That's when 911 was called, was 12:06.
3 hours and 6 minutes later.
My father-in-law said to wait until they were close, because they live an hour away, to wait until they were close before we called police so we can get there at the same time.
That would explain 1 hour. What about the other 2 hours and 6 minutes of waiting?
I think that we were in such a state of shock that we just didn't know what to do.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever look at how tiny and sunken and skeletal she looked and say, we're in trouble?
Yeah. I think actually it came across my mind today.
Did you guys have a discussion about it?
No.
Did he say anything to you about that?
No.
Did you?
Why did it come across your mind? What were you thinking? Is that why it took so long to call 911? I've never worked a case that's taken that long to call 911.
This has just never happened before, or with anyone we knew, or.
By waiting so long to call the police and going so far as to call someone else first, it makes it look like Fusari and Welsh were trying to cover up something rather than experiencing a shock.
We waited for a response from my father-in-law to see what his advice was. We had no idea what to do. And he said, yes, you should call the police. We're on our way. Wait until we're close.
But even by your father-in-law, he wasn't even called until around approximately 10:30 to 10:45. So we're still looking at an hour and a half.
It may have been after 9 then, because that is a very long time, and it did not feel that long at all. It must have been just before 10 then. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong time.
No. You're not expected to check your watch every time you go check something. We're not holding you to all those times.
I know it was before 10, but it was definitely after 9. That is an excessively long time to just stand around there.
That's so. All right, let's even just give the benefit of the doubt and say it's 10.
Okay.
That it's 10 o'clock. So, because like you said, you know it was before 10, but we'll just play it safe and say it was 10.
Okay.
And so 10 o'clock rolls around. You check it and you did CPR for about 10 minutes, according to what you told me. So then, what'd you do for the next 2 hours? Because that's still,
Well,
that's,
we waited.
yeah.
Um,
Before you called us, you waited for 2 hours before we got called.
we waited for my in-laws to come. We were trying to contact them. And then we got a response.
Well, we were trying to contact them. Was that like a long process to get a hold of them?
I actually don't know. I'm sorry. Seth was the one that contacted them. I didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I don't know how long it took, if any time at all. I was just very distraught.
So you said you slept. What else? What other kind of house cleaning did you do? Because you said your mother-in-law doesn't like a dirty house.
The kids, just to distract them, I just had them clean their room, put your toys away, and
Did they know what was going on?
we told them, but I don't.
So then they cleaned their rooms, and then what did you and Seth do?
Slept, and then we hugged and cried, and we just sat on the couch and just were silent.
But you know, there's just some odd thing. Obviously, you know this case is odd, and you never once expressed to Seth that, hey, this isn't good. Look at her.
No, I didn't.
Did he ever even make a comment about her body? You guys looked at her, and he never said anything about it.
No.
You know how he described her to us on the phone? You can listen to the 911. He described her as, nope, she's dead as a doornail.
He gets like that when he's very, very upset. He's just distraught, and I cry, and yeah, he cries, but he.
In his interview, Welsh never shows the type of emotion that Fusari describes. He comes across as very uncaring about his daughter's death and sees it as more of an inconvenience than anything else.
Tries to be strong for everyone.
Let me ask you a question. You had been through some training or early childhood development schooling and stuff like that, correct?
Yeah.
Did you ever receive or go through any kind of like CPR training or anything like that?
I have, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were driving down the road, kids are in the back seat in their car seats, and you're driving down the road, and you witness a car accident, what are you going to do? And there's people that are bloody there at the scene. What are you going to do?
And my kids are with me in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's space for me to pull over, I'd pull over. I would check to see if anyone's responsive, and then I'd call the police so I can let them know what was going on. And if there's something I could do, I'd try, but I know that if there's any sort of injury that I'm not familiar with, I can't move the body.
Okay, so you know that you can call 911, right?
Yes.
So then why not call 911 immediately when your child's not moving? That's what I don't understand.
I think because it happened to me personally, it was my little girl. Just in shock. I'm sorry I don't have an answer for you. I was just so, never could imagine that could happen.
Jason and I have been doing this a long time, and I understand, and I've seen it time and time again, everybody deals with stress and reacts to things differently. But if there's one thing that I've seen in the course of doing this job for a long time is there's usually never a hesitation to pick up the phone and call 911. That is a pretty ingrained, rapid, basic, life-saving response that is ingrained in everybody, especially in our country because of our emergency medical system that we have.
When did you first teach your kids about 911? When did you first teach your children about 911?
Less than a year ago.
Okay. So when you're doing CPR, you don't scream to Seth, call 911.
No. And I know that that's like the second step, or the first step, actually. What?
Did you think by calling 911 that he would think your faith was less?
No, not at all, actually.
Okay.
He called his dad first. Wiping the spit up from her face, and then he went to contact his parents. I don't know how long that took. I was just after she wasn't responding, I was just sitting there rocking her. I don't know for how long. I have no idea for how long. And then after he got off the phone with his dad said, okay, wait until we are close. And then call the police. so we can get there at the same time they do, so we can help with anything, I suppose, legally.
So, the 2+ hours of time that went by from discovery till 911, all I know, and I'm just asking if you can think of anything else, all I know of is 10 minutes of CPR and sitting on the couch and sweeping the house. Is there any other activity that occurred? Again, some of the stuff is just so weird, we're just trying to make sense of it.
I understand. If I were in your position, I wouldn't understand it either, and I'm having trouble gauging it as well. I spent quite some time just holding her and just rocking her, and then I put her back down on her bed, and I put a blanket on her, and then I just checked on the kids, make sure they were clean in the room, and then...
Did you put any additional clothing on her when you put her back in the crib?
No, I didn't.
So what was in the crib is exactly what was in there. You didn't change anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. By clothing, I just assumed you meant what she was wearing on her. That was left on her. I covered her up fully, and I added her little head blanket.
What do you mean you covered her fully? With clothing or a
with
blanket?
a gray blanket.
Okay.
Was that blanket in the crib prior or not?
Yes, up to her knees. I wrap it around her knees down to her feet just so there's no chance of over the head pulling. She's never done that before anyway.
And what about this thing that you were talking about, the head pillow or whatever? Where was that
It
at?
was just a comfy blanket. It was on the side on the rocking chair.
So that's the only thing that wasn't in the crib? Was that one?
Yeah. And she had her polar bear in there, but it was by her feet.
So,
During the time that Fusari is struggling to account for, she or Welsh may have left the house to gather a stock of baby food for the police to find, so they would believe Mary was being fed.
When you were going through school, Jason was talking about the hitting on the CPR and stuff like that. Did you receive, what other kind of like developmental training did you receive getting your education in childhood development?
Physical.
Nutrition, all that? What else?
Meal plans. In terms of how much, that's why I should be eating, and I was happy with how much she was eating. She was eating so much. That's like, this is such a surprise to me. And is there an actual condition that prevents weight gain?
Did you ever Google that?
There are multiple reasons why a baby would not gain weight. They are serious and need to be under a doctor's close supervision.
No. Maybe. Maybe I did and I didn't find anything. Because I would probably know. And if a doctor was...
You would have found a lot, I think, if you Googled it. I think you'd have found a lot on that.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that you realize too much on WebMD and Google as a parent instead of actually going to a doctor? It's just an opinion question. I'm just curious.
I do.
Because you've kind of brought that up a couple times, and I'm just wondering.
If I replace it?
Yeah, I mean, do you kind of try to self-diagnose your children instead of taking them to a doctor? You just look it all up on WebMD and Google and try and figure it out yourself, or?
No, I do that more for myself. The only thing I actually to feed whatever age she was at the time to help her gain more weight. And potatoes, etc.
So when you were going through early childhood development education, was that to be a teacher or a preschool teacher or daycare owner, operator type? That's for, right?
Yeah, it was to be a preschool teacher.
So I know I'm sure this was addressed. So what are some of the things they told you to look out for if you did have a student that came to school and had failure to thrive type case?
Not eating.
What physical characteristics?
Thin, bones.
Like sunken in cheeks? Ribs showing? Thin arms?
Did you see those things in your own child?
So when you went through this education and and they told you to look out for that stuff, what was supposed to be your plan of action if you ever saw a child come to school like that?
It's called Child Protective Services.
Because you had a what to report? You'd have a duty, right?
Yes.
Did you, but you didn't help your child?